Been a while since we did this routine. We're going to do some plugin coding. And it's essentially plugin coding from scratch because I did not start up earlier and get a head start on any of this. It's not going to be completely and totally from scratch because a lot of what I'm going to try to do is in a similar framework as other things I've already done. But I made a little list. I've also got a little card here, which is the card game that I'm developing. I put in about an hour or so of that this morning, although I did not. And I put in about a half an hour probably of practicing drum playing and bass playing. I did not put in a half an hour of editing up reverb sounds, but I'm probably going to get more into those later in the week. And we're also not going to be doing Godot today because I don't get to have time to do that all the time. I've got a little list of stuff that I'm thinking of doing. One of them is to bring out 2Tape 9 and start working on it actively. There's stuff that I can do that'll be worth giving that kick in the boost, as it were. I've also got Donut on my list because I know people are very eager to see that. I ran across a YouTube video on the beauty of splines and Bezier curves and stuff. It's from a girl in Sweden called Freya, who's adorable. And it is it explains how you do Bezier curves, but I'm doing quadratic ones. Cubic Bezier curves are more common. Well, not only do we have an example in this video, and you can look it up. It's Freya and Bezier curves, and you'll be able to find it. It's a fairly big YouTuber. Not only can you do an additional level of Bezier-ness to produce what's called a cubic, but there's also a little formula you get to use. Hey, John Dobb. Hey, Chad. And I wasn't aware there was a formula. I'm doing things the primitive, old-fashioned way. And apparently, God, excuse me, I will do my level best to be like reasonably well today. One of these days I'm going to fault that in front of the camera. And at least people will get a nice update on being able to send the ambulance to somewhere. But it ain't happening today. That ain't happening today. So it turns out you can do a little formula for exactly the thing that I'm doing for all of my Bezier-oriented stuff. And I wasn't given a formula for the kind that I'm using, which is the quadratic. But for, I think, a slightly larger amount of latency, you can do a cubic, and there is that little formula that one uses. And so I am thinking one of the things I'd like to do is experiment with that. The other things are Bezi up, and I'll probably give that a try today. What that's going to be is upward compression. In a conversation in a plugin developer forum, people were talking about it, and surprisingly a large number of people, including me, didn't really know what that was about, other than it's an aught. And I can simply explain it as turn up quiet stuff with a ratio or whatever. But once things are louder than a certain point, don't touch them. So that immediately sounds interesting to me because I like having peak energy go a certain way. This is like a compression style that doesn't step on peak energy. That's very interesting to me. And if I can do the upward compression, I could do what I'll probably call not. In other words, taking Airwindows style tooling and making a combined downward and upward compressor for multi-band, which is exactly what people so often want. My friend Paul in the Surge XT community says the thing that he is most often asked for is the plugin Odd, which is, I think, some sort of Ableton preset. It's an Ableton preset for things. Ooh, well, that's very cool. I did not actually pick up Blender between then and now, nor am I going to be picking it up today, because I have too many plugin things to do. But that's very cool. I like that. I have a little note that says acoustic 4x4. That does not mean a noisy truck. Instead, what that means is I have already started to make examples of possible 4x4 householder matrices that could be used to simulate an acoustic guitar from an electric guitar. I don't know very much about how you go about doing that or whether it's good. I don't know very much about how you select the optimal algorithm for it. But I have sets of delay times, and the neat thing about that is they're all such tiny delay times that it'll end up being a very efficient little plugin. And then on the Surge XT Discord server, where there's a little Airwindows forum in the Surge XT Discord server. All of their commercial friends have stuff like that. And people were talking about grains. And in fact, Paul was interested in what might happen if there was Airwindows grains. And I was like, you're right, I should play with that. I could play with that starting with a pitch shifter, because I've already got pitch shifters. But somebody jumped in and was like, oh yeah, there's never enough pitch shifters because they all sound so different from each other. And it's like, fair, yeah. But it should be possible to design a grain-based pitch shifter using those little wavelets, little snippets of speeded up or slowed down audio buffer, and use some of the concepts from Glitch Shifter, which tries to do a seamless bridging of the gap between cycles. That should be possible to incorporate that. And I do not know whether anybody else does that. It seems to me obvious people should be doing that, but I don't know if they do. But I already do. So I could incorporate that into the grain thing. And it could be pretty cool. Ooh, I don't tend to know shortcuts, so if you learn Blender shortcuts, good on you. Mind you, it's possible that they will change. Back in the day, Blender required you know everything about all of the shortcuts and all of its like hidden mode scenarios, and it completely stopped me from using it. I was not able to use Blender under those circumstances. But I feel like some of this, like remember when I was running it and I was basically trying to sort out what to do kind of on my own, but also taking like suggestions from FuzzFrizz. But mostly I wanted to see how it worked if I was just fumbling around trying to do logical things and figure out how to make it work. And it got me surprisingly far. Like generally I will know stuff like, okay, here I need to take this and apply a levels control because these values are too small and they need to be larger. Or I need to put a curve on this. Or what if I took this and stripped out the color information? What if I took this and mutated it in this or that way? And that's really kind of the whole trick of everything, up to and including the whole trick of music making or plugin making or anything like that. It's like you gotta want stuff. You gotta want stuff in specific. If you jump into Blender and go, wow, there must be a node to do this thing that I want, you're probably right, there probably is. But it's not about whether you know all of the details. And that's what's happening with the whole scenario of AI in the modern day. It's really quite something hanging out with some of my plugin developer friends, because, quite about as many people are doing what I'm doing and literally having nothing to do with it whatsoever, as there are people who have turned everything over to the AIs completely, and I'm talking working plugin makers, turned everything over to the AIs completely, up to and including turning, the terminal loose, so the AI is now also maintaining their computer. To me, that is wild. But then there's only about as many of those as there are people who completely won't touch any of it. And there was one guy, and I would love to understand who that was or what they were doing. One person who was like, I only ask the AI questions to answer questions for myself, but then I write my own code. Like, that would be me, specifically for the reason, and I don't know whether to roll this out or not. Like, consider the fact that I don't have like collegiate math, haven't really needed it so far, but that's getting in the way of me being able to do certain things. For instance, all right, see you later, Chad. For instance, I don't have FFT processing in my code base. I've got a biquad filter. I'm looking to also pick up a state variable filter, which is apparently what you should be doing instead of biquad, but a lot that I know. I'm very curious to know whether if I do the state variable, will it sound better or worse? I'm sure it's going to sound different because it's not going to be the same thing. But, hey, Florian, doing reasonably well. Feeling kind of crap, but then kind of like it's just another workday. FFTs I do not have. I don't know how to make them work. I don't know how to understand them because they're the combination of real and imaginary numbers, and that's over my head. So if I was to use AIs for something, it would be to sit down with an AI which has been programmed with all of the information on how to do FFT coding because it's a programming thing. Programming is a language. There's enough examples of that out there that it will have an idea of put these words together and then you have an FFT encoding. It is possible that it would be buggy, but it's also more likely that there will be enough examples of correctly coded ones that it would not be buggy, that it would be fine. And I'm not looking to have an AI do something like that for me. What I would need, and again, I don't know whether this is going to transpire or not, I need something that will talk me through a thing like that which is mathematically over my head until I have a series of operations in my style of programming that I'll be able to make sense of. Something that I can write, even if it's a lot of lines of code, just doing things directly and one thing after another. I don't have to know which numbers are real and which numbers are imaginary numbers, but I do have to know what kinds of variables do I define. Can I define double precision rather than single precision? Fair question. How do I butt things into these? Because I know what an FFT is. An FFT is breaking down a waveform into a series of bins, phases, and amplitudes. And then doing stuff with the bins, meaning you could use it as like a 4096 band graphic EQ if you wished. That's kind of how that works. And then doing whatever you want with the bins and the amplitudes and phases, and then putting it back together, which inevitably is going to be kind of like you're MP3izing the sound a little bit, because lossy compression tends to work along those lines. It tends to be doing those things. And I don't tend to like the sound of it, so it's been a non-starter with me from the very beginning. But it should be possible to do something like that and then like wet dry it against the dry signal somehow and find, through critical listening, find out where that needs to balance, dialing it in by ear, and then doing things in that sort of FFT zone that can't be done in either way. Like, for instance, a nice little noise checker thing. You set it up so it's like, okay, play the noise into it. Boom, there you go. Now play the music and it will remove the noise. Any of those bands that don't have anything in it, if the noise is there, it'll take that away. And then fiddling with that. But that would be where AI would find a place in me doing that type of work. And the reason that carries weight with me is because I have no willingness to go and find one of my friends who understands all of these things and then harangue them and bother them for hours and hours on end to get them to explain something to me like I'm 5. And I'm not 5, but I don't have the math, and I don't program things in the way that these professional programmers do. Like Paul was like, oh yeah, you're programming like a scientist, not like a coder. I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. I'm accomplishing things. Coder is actually what's being replaced by AI, so problem? No, I don't think so. But yeah, that's where that would fit for me, and I've got enough stuff to do anyway. So I'm not in a great hurry to do it. But there is one person in my little coder community that I'm speaking of who actively answered, like, rather than I give AI literally everything and I turn my computer over to it, which to me seems like madness, or exactly the same number of people were like me and I have done nothing. I have touched nothing. I'm going to show you the... Here's where we're working today. Hang on, can I get this? There we go. Here's where we're working today. We're working on my old laptop running Snow Leopard. It is a 2.53 gigahertz Intel Core i5. It has 8 gigs of RAM total. Not VRAM, RAM total. So even if I wanted to, and also if I was to go online, it cannot run a browser new enough to be able to access the web in any reasonable way. So here's where I work. I work in the past. I'm doing the retro plugins first. And again, the thing that I'm missing, it's fairly similar to, like, if I go here, we're going to start with this. And then I scroll back far enough. Good enough as any. So what we see here is an old version of biquad filters. And it took me a while to work out how to do a biquad filter in a way that I understood. People do them, but they do them in this way where they have as few lines of code as possible, so everything is in little classes talking to other little classes. This is also why Google Chrome is incredibly slow in recent years, is because everything is the smallest possible class, sending messages and emails and smoke signals to other classes to do things. This, however, an interesting point here, this is using the same thing that I did in Face Nudge. See where it says encode console 5? That's the most primitive form of the console processing. We're doing a sine and then an arc sine. And in the arc sign, I've got it restricted because if you don't restrict that, it will break. But the sign I don't even have restricted. So isolator is actually going to do wave folding if you push it hard enough. Just running into sign can be wave folding. And then later, with suggestions from actually Paul from that forum, let's see if this is up to speed. I can look in H-file, and sure enough. So Paul suggested using an enum for the different things included in the biquad, or just things in general, rather than just remembering what the numbers mean or not remembering what the numbers mean. I get to spell some of this out. Now, biquad nonlin is doing interpolation. So we've got this long list of things. The first couple of them are what you're making the filter actually do. I do not know what Brave is like. I've had this suggestion that if Chrome and Chromium are annoying me too much, I should be using Brave, which is also Chromium, mind you. All of those things are going to have some common characteristics along those lines. None of that stuff is really coming from a place of we coded it from scratch because browsers are too damn big and complicated. But, you know, they may have made choices to make Brave be faster. Brave is meant to be not spying on you like mad or annoying you with advertisements. So that's consistent with also being able to run faster, because if they're looking for malicious stuff that people want to do and shutting it all down, you're going to have a more efficient operation simply because the browser is spending half of its effort spying on you or doing terrible things. I really had an interesting experience this morning. I was on Blue Sky, as I am. I was delighted to find that the girl who did the splines video, the biquad video, the Bezier video, managed to make her way to Blue Sky, and that was nice. But somebody had a comment about something having to do some crazy political stuff or whatever, stuff that I pay attention to what's going on in the outside world. But honestly, the safest way to do that is certain social media, because other media is captured. But it led me to, ironically, a UK site, and that was weird, but it was a UK site. And I go to this UK site. I am running regular Chromium now, and it doesn't let me do uBlock Origin anymore, so I am now confronted with all of the ads that used to not be shown. And man, this UK site was doing so many ads personalized to, like, oh look, here's an ad that mentions a town that you're near. Here's an ad that mentions something that you looked at in a hardware store website yesterday. That was creepy. It was really creepy to be like, oh hey, random ads, and they're pulling up the searches that I did from somewhere else. Yikes. But I mean, there it was. There was no getting around it, that I was being fed not only a giant pile of annoying ads, but annoying ads that had clearly spied on me really, really hard. So yeah, Brave is probably able to save a lot of rendering time and whatever, simply not having to dig through all of that stuff. Like, imagine if you were serving a page like that to me and had to do network calls to so many different places to spy on me properly and serve me stuff that is that personalized to what you have been watching over my shoulder and seeing me do. That's going to be expensive. Network expensive, CPU expensive. A lot of stuff has to be calculated to be that creepy. If Brave doesn't do those things, it's going to be saving a lot of energy. and it's going to be saving a lot of attention, just not attempting to do all of that negative stuff. Yeah. So I don't know, I'm warming to it. The people who are saying positive things about Brave, you've got my attention. Anywho, this is me doing a biquad filter and figuring out how to do an enum where all of the different parameters are included. And then what I have up here is different ways of, look, we're doing a simple way of neutralizing all of the array that way. Okay, so death out of hell, the thing which happened to me is not so much that uBlock is not working. I had been using an old version of Chromium without changing or updating it for a really long time, because the whole reason I moved to that was because Google Chrome kept changing things around in the interface, like gaslighting me with obviously making stuff different the following day and not telling me anything about it. It was never any kind of like, oh, hi, we're going to move this and we're going to make this icon look different today. So that was upsetting, because it's like, it feels like you're getting Alzheimer's or whatever. Like, was this always like this? And I just found a version of Chromium on Google Chromium where it didn't auto-update, it didn't do any of that stuff, and just kept using it. And I kept using it while my live streaming ended up unable to show the screen. I kept using it while the GitHub header started being rendered completely wrong. What finally broke was a combination of the GitHub header being rendered completely wrong, and then problems on the Patreon website that started to affect me being able to post my little $10 and up patron videos that I do on another channel. And I was starting to lean into, this week I'm going to do a second video for just everybody with the forbidden music. A music where you can't actually hear it because that's forbidden, but I can play little snippets of it, and then show you what it does in Airwindows Meter. And I'm absolutely going to continue doing that, because I worked out how to include 2 of those in my video shoot rather than just only the one. And if I do the little video shoot, then people get to hang out and I'll tell them about the record and so on. And then if they don't like the content hide D thing that I do, they can tune out at that point, or they can continue. One person was like, wow, it's weird. It's like I can already hear it, even if I'm not hearing all of it. It's like I hardly notice that most of it is muted. And I'm like, that's very interesting. You must have listened to that track a lot. And the conversation around AI, and the only way that I would get any use out of it, is very much like this that we are seeing, where I've got this programmed this way. Here's my big old comments. We're explaining what's left and right as well. We're doing these various things. We're setting up the biquad filter with the formula that people would probably recognize if they did biquad filters. And then this is a interpolation thing, which honestly, a lot of programs will be like, oh, I need to make that into a separate method. It's a separate thing. In fact, I could make it into 2 separate methods, because each one of these statements could be its own little method, and then we could have another method which calls different methods based on which ones of these need to be the original method or whatever. It's like, oh my God, settle down. And then we have these little updates here. I don't remember why I've got this doing what it does, but I've got this doing what it does. And then lastly, I rearranged biquad filters to do what you see there. rather than have a series of methods which are the fewest characters possible, I'm basically trying to do it, and see, in this case, we clearly are using only one channel, so it only shows L, but it's this sequence of operations. Now, if I go over to something that uses my Bezier stuff, I'll sort by name. I'll have a look and see if this is what I'm looking for, may or may not be. We do clearly have a Bezier filter, but we've got a couple of these. And BezieQ, I think this is more recent, honestly, is essentially a pair of Bezier filters serving as crossovers. And that's a little odd because that's not necessarily what you do, but I'm doing it anyway. But we've got this here, and this is two different stages of CBL, BAL, CBAL, and then that's your output. And they are all interpolating between 2 points, and then interpolating between the 2 points that the previous points produced. And it all uses this technique of, a value times 1 minus Bezier best cycle, and then plus a different thing times Bezier best cycle. And that's the thing that goes from 0 to 1 as you move along. And how fast it goes depends upon what the frequency is that you get. And A, B, and C use this technique here, where we're just making a little stack of them. So everything is a bucket brigade. CL equals BL, BL equals AL, AL equals input sample L, and off we go. And that is basically making a series of points that the Bezier curve, they become control points or possibly reference points. Because if you're doing a Bezier curve, you can do simply control points, but you can also do control handles, and that does an entirely different thing, which might be worth playing with at some point on its own right. But there is a whole other level of this when you go beyond quadratic Bezier curves, which this is, to cubic Bezier splines. I'm going to go and make a final cup of coffee momentarily. Hey, Dev Insights. I program using this. I program this way. Understand go and look up whether Xcode version 3.2.6 even had a dark theme. I'm not sure it did. This is from a good solid 15 years ago. We're coding this in Snow Leopard. So the thing I was mentioning is here. The girl from Sweden did an entire video that looks much like this, in fact, explaining how Bezier curves work. And this is a cubic, meaning there's 4 points rather than only 3. And what this formula means is here's the value of each of the points. They'll each be distinct things. Like, for instance, this could be a negative point, in which case this would appear in a different place. But what's happening is we're doing that interpolation across all the different points. But rather than just doing like 0 to 1 interpolates from the one to the next, 1 to 2 interpolates from one to the next, 2 to 3 interpolates from one to the next, then like the output of 0 to 1 and 1 and 2 get to interpolate between those two. And the 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 get to interpolate between those two. And then lastly, we do a final interpolation across all of the results. And this is a plot of what you get. You start at the very beginning, and you're at point 0. By the very end, you're at point 3 and everything else is shut off. But in going through there, the amount of the first point starts real high and swoops way down to where it's not even entering into things at all. And then the point in the very end starts not having anything to do with anything and swooping all the way up, and this will produce a cubic Bezier spline. And if 0, 1, 2, and 3 are sample values, and you multiply that sample value, which could be anything, but we'll assume that it's between -1 and 1, by just doing these formulas, multiplying the sample value by what's in the parentheses there, and then adding them all together, you will get the sample value of a Bezier low-pass filter, which if you subtract the original wherever your dry signal actually lives, that'll give you a high-pass filter. And I've never done this before, so I'm very interested to see what to get. After all, people don't normally use Bezier curves for audio purposes, to the best of my knowledge. I'm not aware of anybody else who does. So in theory, nobody's heard what this is going to sound like. And Freya of the making the videos to teach people how to do this, she's working mostly in game development, has given me the formula to use. And it's probably even more efficient than doing it the hard way. This is me doing it the hard way. This is me doing it, this one by this one, then I get some results, and then we interpolate between those ones, and then I take the output, and then we can do our little filtering thing to get it to do what we want. I'm doing it in a very primitive way. Often that's how I roll, is I start doing things in incredibly primitive ways. But I'm going to try this way, which I don't have a quadratic algorithm for. If I had an expression of how this works, there was a nice name that it had, and I don't remember what it was, like a Robinson's equation something or whatever. But you can make the curve into a simple little formula like this. And the thing to be interested in about that is computers are much happier to do a big pile of math like this. In fact, I can simplify some of that by taking the t's there. I may even be able to cache the calculations, but it might be easier not to do them. In fact, I probably can. Anywhere it says P0 is, negative T3 plus T squared, that's the same as 3 times T times T. So this tends to be over my head, but if I can follow it, and this is being presented in a way that I can follow it, then I can write out the equations and start experimenting with what it actually does. And again, one of the things that you can do, if you know you're going to have t cubed, and you're going to refer to it many times, you can make a little variable and use that, and then you don't have to do the multiply 4 times. The trade-off is that making local variables can also be expensive, and sometimes the computer would rather multiply 4 times than save one additional spare variable. But the thing that I kind of like about it is that we get to do t squared, cache that as a variable, and then make another one basically taking that and doing t3. Now, caching the variables doesn't help you as much as it used to back in the days, so like your 386 or whatever. Back in those days, processing was slow enough that you basically did all your calculations ahead of time. And people still do that for things like transcendental functions, stuff like sines and so on. If they need to do lots of sines, like my friend Sudara with his sine machine synthesizer, which I've played with before, or indeed Bacon Paul with 6 sines, they'll generally come up with a way of doing a accurate sine lookup that is quick because they know they're going to be doing that for everything. Well, this isn't really quite everything, but this is still like, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 multiplies of t that I can skip simply by caching a variable. And so I'm thinking I might simply do that. There is another thing that I do have to do, and it's not necessarily even make my other cup of coffee so much as I have to throw another log on my fire. So let me deal with that. And then we'll start dealing with some of these other things. And by the end of the day, I guarantee you by the end of the day, I will have played with this formula and made a sound. And then even though it's only over my speakers, you'll be able to hear what that sound sounds like, kind of, sort of. Yeah, because that's really the catch. Only when doing like Godot programming or programming on the main computer can I run the audio straight to stream. Today I'm going to have to be playing it over speakers and you just get to hear the bleed. But I like live stuff all over, so whatever. I'm keeping this wood stove going so much lately. It's been so cold. It's supposed to start moderating that cold a little tiny bit. There we go. You know, the funny thing about that is I do not hang out in well-lit rooms. I'm a true Studio Tan kind of guy in that I save electricity by largely being used to very, very much on the dark side of rooms. It's probably one of the reasons why I have to eat like vitamin D and omega-3s and whatever over the winter. That's probably the heart of that. Okay, so how do we do? Well, I will show you. I'm going to make another plugin out of this plugin. And I think what I'm going to do is have it be a simple 2-band. I may or may not want to build a delay into it so that I can cancel more effectively. Because what we're going to be doing is taking this plugin and altering it to be a cubic Bezier curve based on the algorithms that Freya made available. And it's basically math, so it's not really, mathematicians never really behave like, oh, I made this available and therefore you must credit me. It's like, well, that's somebody else's, like that's Robinson's equation or whatever. But it was communicated to me by Freya, so there's that. So here's what we do. We're going to start a new project. My Cocoa view basically means make it a stereo plugin. I'm not going to make this one a stereo plugin, but I'm going to start it in such a way that it could start as a stereo plugin. And we're going to call it not BezEQ because that's taken. So I think it goes from quadratic to cubic. One thing I can do is look that up. I can take a moment to get the naming right, so let's do that. Back over to Chromium, which is not the Brave browser just as of yet, but I actually have set it up to, it now searches using DuckDuckGo, and I would not have believed that I would ever completely abandon Google search, and yet there it is. It started throwing, ooh, Freya has an amazing video on that as well, it's more recent. Doing Google searches and finding out that like literally everything on a search for a particular kind of gaming file format, a gaming file type with its own little like suffix, everything that got pulled up by Google search was AI generated. It was all slop. Like everything. Possibly one entry and it was Wikipedia. Wasn't entirely slop. And then she tried DuckDuckGo and it was largely the same. But here we go. We're going to try to find out what the deal is with these splines. So if I search for Bezier, oh, and look, actually you can't look unless I do this. Now you can look. If I search for this, DuckDuckGo is showing a thing which looks to be a, yeah, see how I have light mode here too? A Wikipedia reference. So that may be AI-ified in the sense of it's something told it to look that up in particular, but that is what I was looking for. Bezier. So if I was to say Bezier, that would be incorrect. Didn't know that it was used to design Renault. Bezier spline, basic functions, and looky there, we have the same thing that was shown to me by the Freya video, where that's the same graph. And in fact, it's giving the same stuff. Or not. Let's go back and forth between them. Well, no, I wasn't. I was making a new file. I was making a new computer-based compile thing and coming up with the name. So that's what I was doing, was looking up. And indeed, cubic is the name for the thing that I'm looking for. That's what I wanted to answer to myself. I got to walk through this stuff in whatever way I can. Honestly, it's meant to be kind of inspirational. Like, you could be as dumb as I am and still be able to do useful stuff if you're willing to walk through them. And this does appear to be C. So quadratic, this is what we are currently using in all of my reverbs and a bunch of other stuff besides. Quadratic Bezier curves. However, and by that what I mean is these points each end up being a sample. I'm stacking up samples, and then it becomes like a filter of accurately doing, and it's not even necessarily even samples so much as they are spaces in the stream of samples. So when I look at this and I say these are samples, you could have them be adjacent samples like this, and then that's the next one, and then that's the next one. We'll assume that they are on a linear path rather than just being an XY coordinate. And that's how you make one-dimensional things and turn them into a Bezier curve. But then you could have this be one sample, and then this is the 10th sample, and this is the 20th sample. And you will still generate a Bezier curve based off of all of that. But it'll be at a much lower filtering. You'll get only base out of that, or at least it'll be modulating things more differently. And it is indeed the cubic that we're working at. So essentially what happens here is I am taking samples and using them for adjacent, point, control point, output point. And then we are continuing to scan through a small section of that and then stepping each one along those lines and redoing it. And the idea is that they're supposed to bridge into each other smoothly, which I believe is reasonable to expect. And I can use it as a filter, even though it is not. It does not have any audio reality to it. Like, what's being produced is a fantasy. Using this in audio data is a fantasy. But I've been doing it, and it's been working out great. So what's going to happen is I implement this rather than this, and then critically listen to what that produced and see what it does. And it may roll off even lower than the quadratic one does, which may or may not be a problem. Like the way what's going on in my reverb generation using the Bezier curves is that I'm doing what I call undersampling, where the undersampling means I'm not running the reverb algorithm at the full sample rate. I'm running it at a slower sample rate and then reconstructing up to the full sample rate, whatever that happens to be, meaning that it's possible to do very high sample rates and have the same sound. And not only that, be accurately reconstructing something that makes audio sense. And funnily enough, doesn't have a hard and fast restriction on what frequencies are allowed. It's not the same thing as simply going, and now we do the perfect brick wall filter to remove any frequencies above half of the sampling rate. It's not actually that. In theory, you could have a Bezier spline and it would generate like some sharp little corner in somewhere that would be quite the high harmonic, except for it's not really a harmonic because it's not harmonically related. And this is what we're going to try to experiment with. So, back over to here, having answered my question. We'll call it Bezier cubed. There may be better descriptions for this that will teach people what the thing actually sounds like, because again, I don't know what it's going to do. But it is a cubic curve rather than a quadratic curve, and that's the main difference there. So, boom. And then here it is. It's going to be the eventual plugin. So what we do to start with this is start by copying over the stuff that I can build from, rather than writing it all from scratch. I feel distracted by looking at the Wikipedia there, so I'm going to make that go away. Firstly, version. So I think I don't have anything of that subtype. I can check. If I was going to go and check, here's how I would do it. Text Wrangler. Multi-file search. And ZMAC AU. And lowercase. So if we find this, it's in use from something. That bit me recently when I was doing this type of thing. I was making a new plugin. It was based on KStation, but it was using different sounds. And I still had the ID from KStation in there on the VST, so I needed to fix that. But what I'm going to do now is do a little find all. And it was not able to find that. So since it wasn't able to find that, that means it's not currently in use. And what that means is I get to use it now. Also, be warned that Xcode might crash on me. Now and then it just goes and crashes on you, so it might just crash on me, but we'll see. Here's my default setup. Note the use of golden ratio and my settings of crossover frequencies. One thing I can do, is this A3? Yes, it is start it out with the same settings just so that I can make sure I have something working to start with. So if I build this and it works, then I can move on from there. There is a show that I've watched, Loading Ready Run's Road Quest, in which their entire goal was to travel from British Columbia, from Victoria, Vancouver Island, Victoria, to the first settlement in the Yukon. And so they drove up to literally exactly there, where modern humans could get no light at all in winter, but they drove up in summer, so it was like 23-hour daylight. And that was pretty wild. Just thought I'd mention. So here's where things might get interesting. And, you know, if I'm talking about saving values, I might be able to make great strides with this, simply because maybe I don't need to use as many of these stored up things. But we're going to start by duplicating what was there. I'll get to building this and then I'll run off and make my final cup of coffee. I'm going to need another cup of coffee to be able to chatter away the way that I am meant to do. I'll do my best. This is plugin coding week, so if I'm doing my job, I may very well get to the point where I'm not talking coherently anymore. because I'm talking my ideas through as I'm having them. And they can go into a zone where they're no longer properly language. Or to put it more gently, where I'm just having struggle phrasing things in a way that makes sense to anybody. And if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. We'll see. So let's see. Also, I should probably figure out how to play I'll play some music over these speakers so that something could be happening while I go and make my coffee. Alrighty. So we've used the same. So one interesting notion, if I was to revisit my dithering to the floating point bus, everything would change subtly as I went. I don't know if that's something I want to revisit, but it's been a number of years since I optimized that as much as I could. It comes to mind because I'm now going to duplicate everything from process on down, which looks like this. And it'll duplicate this part. So I'm replacing what's there, but it's the same. Possibly with a caveat. What am I doing here? Okay. So I've named everything input sample L even though it's in mono. And that's fine. That will work. But that's why it changed, because the default template for the mono version just has input sample all by itself. And now we don't need this open anymore. I'd honestly enjoy running across the formula for the quadratic. That said, formula for the quadratic is all very well, but if this beats the quadratic, everything changes. I mean, it might be running more efficiently, so everything will get even more CPU efficient, which it's already no slouch. But then if this is able to beat the tone quality on the reverbs, it immediately goes in and replaces what I'm doing with the reverbs. And then I go from there. And that'll be very exciting. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here. Now, having pasted that, we build it. On this old computer, it's not able to build the template project the first time around because it's compiling the support classes afterwards. So it fails the first time, and then if I try to build it again, it's fine. Now I'm going to open up the build folder and release, drag it into components. Let's get our sounds folder open maybe, so that I can go and look up something which I can use for putting on music and then going away and making my cup of coffee. That's gonna need, oh, here's something. I could use this. Wounded Skies is an album that I did many years ago. Definitely not 2020 either, way earlier than that. I have the master tapes on ADAT. That's how old this is. And it has a very aggressive, rather unpleasant tone to it because it was all recorded on ADAT, and it was using guitar distortions and things that were like, I wired them up out of parts, so that's not even digital, but there's no cabinet simulation, so everything's excruciatingly bright. My levels are doing. No, that's okay. So that's excruciatingly bright. Let's see what happens if we load the new plugin and darken it using the new plugin. This is also one of those albums where I could throw the dub plate processing on and have it sound better. because I was leaning really heavily into extremely wide frequency range in a way that wasn't especially helpful. So in theory, so here we are. Less bright, less bass. So here's what we can do. Roll that off. Roll this down. There, and now it's just all highs. So it's a Bezier EQ, meaning it ends up sounding kind of weird. Hey, Phosphorus. So I'm going to put this on and go and make a cup of coffee, and then we're going to do the new form of the Bezier thing. We're going to go from quadratic to cubic and see what it sounds like. But currently what you're listening to is EQs fighting each other. And it isn't really a very good EQ as such, but I'm using it for other things. So firstly, got a neat sort of low frequency resonance. And I'm now distorting. It's interesting. See, it's like a high pass, but it's a weird and incorrect high pass. And then 0 is no high pass anymore. All right, off to make my coffee. Yep, that is my Wounded Skies album. Such as it is, and as if you were able to hear it anywhere, which you can't because it's lost to time. I mean, you're hearing it, but it's lost to time. Was Focke-Wulf FW19. That's actually more to it than that, isn't there? Yes, Focke-Wulf FW190. Yep, got that right. Then P-38 Lightning, then de Havilland Mosquito, and Mitsubishi A6M0 is coming next. They're all warplanes. That's why I called it Wounded Skies. The cover was a vista at the school I went to, Hampshire College, on a gray, moody day, the giant rock in the background, and then some rainy-looking trees, and then shadows of warplanes filling the sky. So yeah, I was doing a bunch of stuff there, as is my wont. And we've demonstrated that Bezier Cubed is working as a clone of Bezier Cube. So now I have questions. Namely, do I want to keep it as a 3-band or simplify it down to a 2-band with a single crossover? Because this is giving me everything I wanted to as far as being able to hear the low pass or hear the high pass. And then the other part is, what do I need to do in order to bring those algorithms, the equations in? Firstly, I wonder if there's a way that I can see what's on my desktop. Option click. Yep. There we go. So here's what I'm going to be wanting to do. Although I feel like Wikipedia drew it differently. And I'm interested enough in that to want to find out what the answer is there, because it doesn't look like the same thing that I saw when I looked at it in Wikipedia. Let's see if I have it in history. Sure do. So blue, y equals 1 minus t cubed. But okay, so here's the trick. It says basis functions. That's not actually my end result. The video gave me what would be required to produce the end result. The reason I'm seeing something different on the Bezier curve Wikipedia article is because it's explaining what you need to do to draw those individual lines. So let's see. So P0 times negative t cubed plus 3t cubed plus negative 3t plus 1. Do I have that right? So here's the difference. Hang on. No, it's going to be, I have to hit a different button. Here's the difference. P3 is t cubed. If I move this out of the way so you can see the damn thing. Cyan, y equals t3. That's the same as what I'm looking at here. Negative 3t3 plus 3t2. I think maybe I prefer Wikipedia's. Or, let's see, 3 1 minus t times t squared. Then green is blue here. 3t cubed minus 6t squared plus 3t, or alternately, three times 1, so 3 times 1 minus t squared, I'm going to assume that you apply the square first, times t. And then blue is the final complicated thing that I have to figure out or not figure out. Negative t cubed plus 3t squared minus 3t plus 1. Well, that involves a cube, yes. And we've got a bunch of stuff going on there. But what if you are able to simply do 1 minus t cubed? It'll go from 0 to 1. That's how we're measuring all of this. And then that becomes the thing that we multiply by the sample value in that place to produce the end result. Because you see, cubic Bezier curve with 4 control points, each of those manipulating the wave. So this is interesting. Maybe I want to be referring to the Wikipedia version because it looks very much like I don't have to do as much. I wonder if that Robinson business, if I'm going to be shown that if I continue to look for more. That was less helpful than I had hoped. What if we keep looking down here? For control points whose consecutive triples form two similar triangles with the same orientation, the resulting cubic Bezier curve is an arc of a scaled and translated Schimhausen cubic. So what we're seeing here is that if you had the samples rearranged in time, you'd be able to make an output sample that also violated time. What we're doing is we're making each of these points be along a series. Like this point would start here, and it would go like boop, 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 and then boop. There'd be a spacing to them, which this is in 3D space, whereas, or rather 2D space, whereas what we're talking about is essentially a 1D space. Only the amplitude will change, and we're generating the curve out of that. So it can't loop in the output of a linear spacing of control points. But what it might be, well, no, actually it wouldn't, would it? So one of the reasons you can do things like draw roller coasters and roads and things out of Bezier curves is that you do get to do what I'm going to be doing with the samples of continuing them. you get to continue taking the points and adding more as they go along. I don't suppose it was Bernstein polynomials that she was doing. Interesting. So you can make a cubic curve identical to a quadratic one. Use the same endpoints. And interesting. So the control points okay, so this is important and will have an effect on what I'm doing. You say, can these 4 points be cascaded or manipulated in some ways to make a novel best curve? So I'm doing, and let's pretend that these are amplitudes. It's being spaced in such a way that it's like from here to here to here, it goes way farther up, and this one's farther down, and we're generating the smoothed curve along that. And we're doing a quadratic one because we have 3 points. What this says is if there are 4 points, you can have it be the same by having these be spaced 2/3 of the way along the line segment. In other words, the yellow circles are where the new control points for 1, 2, 3, 4 produce the same result. If you put them both at the same place as the quadratic one, however, you don't get the same curve anymore. Instead, you're getting a curve that's way steeper. See the little red there and then the red line? You get something that's way steeper and more sharply curved at this point. Also, look at that. You cannot make a circle with the Bezier curve. You can get kind of close, but you cannot make a circle with the Bezier curve. Interesting. Every quadratic Bezier curve is also a cubic. All right, next I need to make a plugin that is the undulate plugin. A Bezier curve of order higher than 2 may intersect itself. Well, mine will not be able to because they are along a timeline. So they don't get to cross positions among their samples, and so it won't be able to intersect itself. User Gisby is drinking coffee with a piece of fresh lemon. Well, that's interesting. I've never tried that. Linear Bezier curve. Yep, we know how to do that. See, there's a bunch of things I'm interested in trying out. One of them is that I feel I can re-enter the field of clipping. Because I have a new filter, which is in place in some of my stuff. And the new filter is the one I'm using in the new purest saturation and is going to play a role into tape. It's the one where I'm doing averaging filters and cascading them. And in theory, that could be used at a high sample rate to produce a downsampling in which upsampled stuff, and now I'm wondering, can I use this Bezier curve stuff to upsample with? But I can do the filtering using the same thing that I was doing with the averaging filters, which has its own distinct tone that I think is useful, and then downsample back again for an actually oversampled Airwindows clipper, which will not be like anybody else's oversampled Airwindows clipper because I'm using different techniques, as always. And yeah, what we're looking at, the animations, If these were exactly spaced horizontally between each other, then you'd be able to see what this would actually do. They're not. So it's not an accurate picture of what the output of a filter that I make like this would do. But I've got a quadratic Bezier curve that's vaguely kind of something like this, and that's doing the filtering on all of my reverbs because we're doing undersampling, and this is how we're doing it. And this, mind you, not a quartic, but you can start to see how it would work. Here's a cubic, so I'm going to be doing this today. This is drawing a curve, and it's got 4 points rather than 3. And the equations that I'm using will give me the result of this without actually having to calculate each of these intermediate points. Thanks to a combination of my new Bezier friend and Wikipedia, which has a simpler algorithm. Mind you, I do have to check and make sure that that is actually the correct algorithm. But look at that. You can use a 5-point system. Now what's happening is these curves are in 2D space rather than 1D space. So the positions horizontally are not all the same. The positions horizontally are spaced out in a weird way. But you can kind of see how it works to draw the line. And here's an even more demanding 5th order curve. So what it's basically doing there is drawing these very smoothed curves which are able to throw in these kind of sharp corners in specific places where the algorithm feels it needs it. Then you can do complicated things like this stuff. This is the part that I don't get to follow along with. I don't get to understand this. I did not do enough college, and even if I did, my brain ain't mathematical enough to track it. But then the people who do understand this do not seem to have thought of using it in audio context, so there you go. Segments of conic sections represented exactly by rational Bezier curves. Okay. See, when these curves end up being parts of conic sections, it makes me wonder whether there is an audio purpose for this stuff. And then Bezier paths. Well, that's very pretty. Abstract composition of cubic Bezier curves ray traced in 3D. Looks like a hairball. Neat. And indeed, it is phantom ray hair intersector algorithm. It is literally a hairball. What's not to like? And they're good for paths, so that's fair. Robotics. So it does make me wonder whether using a stereo set of samples could give you, like if a Bezier surface could have something to do with a stereo sample. I'll get back to this because I'm going to copy the audio, the detail out of it, but look at that. So, oh yeah, no, try BeziComp. It exists and is the quadratic form of this. And it's in a bunch of stuff. It's in the most recent plugin. All of the versions of Chimey Guitar are using the Bezier compressor. So if you've tried those, you have tried it. So here's some wild stuff. So, if you had a long string of stereo samples that made like a ribbon, and then you were tracking audio along one of the edges, that would be the one channel, and you would have the same thing as this Bezier filtering. If you referenced a position between the samples, that Bezier surface would be producing a sort of pan point between everything. So what I'm basically wondering is, does that matter at all? I'm imagining the ribbon-like surface of a stereo audio file with the waveforms of each side doing their thing. And it's so... So what if you did the two-dimensional... I'm going to start writing this down. What if you did the two-dimensional sample stream, and that's one of your Bezier curves? And then you did a ribbon, because the ribbon is two channels, which are doing a stereo thing. That suggests that you could be doing a high-pass filter by taking the middle of the Bezier surface, or a low-pass filter, making it mono and then also the Bezier surface. That presumably would work. So if you then generated the mono section from the ribbon as it went and curved and twirled and did its thing. It's curving and twirling only so much because it's two separate channels, so you can't actually flip it. But you can go as steep as you want in either direction, and the sides don't have to match. And so then you'd read down the center of it to get a filtered, monoed combination of those two things, because it's a Bezier surface. Then subtract the middle part, and you'll have a high pass that also enhances stereo. Gonna have to try that. I'm going to call it Bezier ribbon stereo. I mean, this is, of course, assuming that you always want to be high-passing things in order to make them more stereo detailed. I'm less interested in spectral manipulation because I can run this kind of stuff at double precision and have a very accurate result. Hey, an elephant in Bezier patches. Cool. So calculating their intersections with lines is difficult. That is all to the good. If I can make this work, then I can have the idea here is to produce a distinct low-pass monoed thing with special characteristics. Ooh, biharmonic Bezier surface? Because, yeah, just looking at that, imagine that was like a length of recording tape. And then the up and down motions are your waveforms. And they don't have to match, not remotely. But if it's a Bezier surface, it'll do a very nice, accurate job of, so what I'm wondering is, how different would that be from just straight up averaging the 2 points at each edge? Because it could be simpler than I'm giving it credit for. I'm wondering now whether you get anything special out of calculating it as a Bezier surface rather than just taking the midpoint of whatever the output ribbon is. Because what I'm wondering is whether you have stray high peaks somewhere. Is that going to manipulate the surface in an interesting way that's beyond what you would simply, because here's the thing. So this is a Bezier surface, so stuff across the surface still is a Bezier interpolation. Whereas if it's linear, that's no longer quite the same thing. So let me explain what I mean. Supposing you have equally spaced points along a ribbon because they're samples. Then you displace one of the points so that like one of the points is extra high and then it goes back to normal. It is a Dirac impulse. Just one dot that is out of place. I think I can correctly state that if the one dot was out of place and you did a Bezier surface and measured the middle of the Bezier surface, that's not at all the same result as just interpolating between the two channels. Instead, it's going to be way closer to all the surrounding points, meaning that if you subtracted the result, the one spike that you had out of place would be way more aggressively represented, rather than if it was just looking across the surface and taking a linear interpolation from one side to the other. It will forcibly resist that happening, meaning that it's more likely to highlight high frequency details in this high passing context. I like it. That seems cool. I'm adding surface to my note. That's not to say we get to experiment with this today, but I do believe I can bounce back to this after bouncing back to the regular Bezier curve, scrolling way the hell up again. And Wikipedia has basis functions, which are the same as what I'm looking at here. Also, I've just stepped right out of Xcode. So here's what we have to do. We need a BESD. And a fair amount of this stuff is going to be removed. Let's make those be there. Some of this might be a fine idea for me to remove it now. Then we're going to replace our whole middle section there. But some of these bits, so let's see. Okay, there's averaging and stuff going on in here as well. So let's address that. I'm going to take that away first, and then we'll listen to what it sounds like. Orangeman doesn't get that much control over me. If he does a thing and it randomly happens to be a worthwhile thing, nothing has to stop me from doing the thing. It's easy enough to tell the difference. If his haircut uses Bezier curves, more power to the Bezier curves, I say. So, we have to remove some of this. Let's remove that and this. Let's remove that and this. There, now that's not filtered any longer. Do we have the other thing doing anything? And you may or may not know what I mean by the other thing. So here's also where we're compensating for what I did earlier. Taking that away. Let's build it and see what changed. I think this means I can take away both of those things. In and on in. Let's find out. Correct. And let's see, besamp L. I may not need that either. But I'm going to need to do an additional thing. We got to stretch that bucket brigade out just a little bit more. Also, I feel like this is not the most current version of my timing cycle, and that concerns me. I feel certain I have more going on than that. That is a separate issue, though. I'm tempted to say one thing at a time, although the reason I stopped talking coherently is because I can't do one thing at a time. I can drink a little more coffee and then maybe do 5 things at a time more effectively. Let's ignore the timing issue for now. I'm going to build this once more, and we're going to listen to what it was doing before again. Twisted wave, open recent. We literally just heard this. We literally just had it set up. And now it's not as filtered as it was. Okay, only one crossover. So the reason I had that averaging is because I get this interaction. And you'll recognize this as derez. I think it's a hybrid derez. Yeah, so this is what the undersampling sounds like, except for I have improved it. Namely, the funny evil digital artifacts are handled in 2 ways in derez. If you move the control to the right, it does this thing. but then kind of not. We're getting kind of funny steps going on. So what happens in DRes to the right is Bez beat Bez cycle -1. Like this. This is what you get when you move Bez to the right in DRes. It's not perfectly linear, and it's not spaced in such a way that there's an integer divisor between offsets. When you move DRes to the left, the way that doesn't sound like evil digital, it's an integer subdivisions between the dbez. I hate when I have to talk like that. My apologies. It makes no sense to everybody, but that's what it's doing. So this is dbez. So roll it off. Since it's not being reset to 0, but is having 1 subtracted from it, it's able to kind of scroll around in a useful way. Actually, what I do with my coffee is I put in a small amount of stevia, which is an artificial sweetener, but a naturally produced one, and light cream. So the cream counts as sugar. Has a little lactose and fat to it, but so this is interesting. It started sounding better when I did that. And then the high pass. Rather sharp discretion there. It's a fairly sharp cutoff, honestly. We can even see that cutoff if we make a effect stack. Give me a moment and I'll do exactly that. I'll add the most recent thingy, and then I'll add a widely popular visualizer. A lot of people are familiar with this thing. Sadly, doing it on the antique computer is not helping things. They're much more bass and a resonant area. Much less bass. So we do get we're getting like 1 frame per second off of this, but I'm getting some idea of what's happening. So that's enough of that. That didn't work very well at all. Now, here's the question. We were able to do this. Maybe we don't need these, but we've got them for the moment, so there's that. Can we do this but with Wikipedia's formulas? We probably can. And that's all my coffee. I'm going to rinse up my coffee cup. You know what? Because I can do that and also keep the fire going. I'm getting all my firewood from the back room because tomorrow, Wednesday, I need to go and bring a bunch more firewood in. Hopefully it won't have snowed on it too much. We can but try. I will have to bring it in whether it snowed on it or not. I don't get many options there. I'm going to have to do it. Yeah. Also, I wonder if I have boiled the kettle dry. Give me a second. Sure did. Okay, I need to do another thing then. Putting some water in there. And once that's settled down a little bit, I will drag it over and pour even more water in there. And then we'll get back to this craziness, which also includes using these for that. So yeah, up the kettle, fill up the kettle with some more water. Put the welder's gloves down there, and back we go. Excuse me. Back we go. We're going to try to do this crazy thing. Stevia is actually way sweeter than sugar, but it also has this strong licorice sort of vibe to it. It definitely is its own little flavor. It does have a great deal of sweetness in the way of many artificial sweeteners are often a lot sweeter than literal sugar. But it does have a character to it. I think that when they make it into those little packets and stuff, they're doctoring and modifying it in such a way to take away like taste overtones. but in so doing, I feel like they make it less effective. So I like using just food co-op white stevia powder from the herbs and spices section. That's the kind I like. So we're going to try to do this form, which includes much less calculations. Assuming I've figured out the way it works, which is a fair question, really. I think I see how it goes together. Rather than this one from Freya's video. Although, I mean, I want to use the one from Freya's video, but I don't like the way it's not simpler than the Wikipedia one. So we're going to close that for the moment. So what part is going to be replaced? This part is going to be replaced. Also, we can edit this to say that. And the rest of this stays the way it is. And this is going to follow exactly the same pattern. So effectively, we replace that with the formula that I see on the screen on the regular computer. So basis functions so Bez cycle, Bez cycle is the thing to use. So we're going to start with y equals 1 minus t squared. And we're going to be applying it to A, B, C, and D, respectively. And the most recent one should be the most recent sample. So let me just start with these. So for interpolating all the way through, we're going to be interpolating to the most recent sample. And that's going to be Bez AL. So that pattern's going to continue to track. Oh, actually, I got that wrong. But easily fixed. What I meant to do was this. See, that's our data that we're working with here. T is going to be Bez A, Bez cycle. Oops. Ignore the man behind the curtain. Like literally none of this is going to work for a while, and that's okay. I'm going to clean targets. Please make those warnings go away. Thank you. So here's how it works. It goes D, C, B, and then A. Excuse me. So cyan y equals T3. Y is what we multiply this by. So we get to skip y. When I say that, I'm looking at this. I'm interpolating these little equations into my use case. So I need all of these little bits, but technically the bits that I need are like that. They're that big, or they're this big. And this is how much I multiply, like D or whatever. And it's still anybody's guess as to whether that's actually going to work, but this is actually the way that's meant to be done. And we shall see. We shall see whether this makes any sense at all. And we're going to start with cyan equals T3, or specifically T cubed, which is the same as power of 3. Now we don't actually have T, that's the thing. Except for we do, because in this case, T is literally this. And that is the final calculation for this part. Oh, also there's another thing. We had made Bez samp L be 0. Well, hang on. Why are we making Bez samp L be 0 there? That seems bad and wrong. Oh, no, that's why. We're not actually using that as a temporary value at all. That is very much just the keeping track of things value, which it's softening things slightly by having it build up slowly, giving us a kind of average at very low settings, rather than just taking a snapshot sample and using that. And we could take a snapshot sample and use that. And it might be worth playing with that and finding out what happens. The other one was similar. The other one was y equals 1 minus T3. Well, we know how to do that, don't we? I don't like the spaces I have here, but we can fix that. There. So now blue equals y equals 1 minus T3. And now these other ones are somewhat related. Oh, I screwed things up completely. Did you see what I screwed up? I screwed this up so bad. Oh my God, I screwed it up so bad. 3 seconds to guess what I did that was horribly, stupidly wrong. And then I'm going to go and fix it. 3, 2, 1. We don't even have Bez D here. These are what we use. Hello, I hit D. Did you see me? Okay. I remember now that my D key is worn out from decades of typing on this machine, so therefore it doesn't always listen when I use it. So Bez A, Bez cycle, that is in fact correct. These are all Bez A, and then the second generation of it is Bez B. There. So next thing, that becomes a little bit more complicated. Also, let's make this double precision just for laughs. We can also do it in just simple mathematics rather than doing it in the POW function. Sometimes there's ways of doing a POW function that work better than others. That's what the Herbie program does, is it optimizes floating point calculations, and POW is one of those places where floating point calculations get messy. But for now, I'm going to duplicate this down here and see what happens then. So y is 3 times this squared thing. So times 3 times this, except for it is not going to be 3, it's going to be 2. And then also times t. But t isn't t. T is Bez A, Bez cycle. There, now we've got green. Now we need to do red. Some of it's the same. Red is y equals 3 times 1 minus t times t times t. So we don't technically even need the power function in there. We do need that paren there. Okay, so equals the base value that we're referring to times 3 times 1 minus t times t squared, which is the same as just doing it again. Oh, for heaven's sake. What? Can you not? Antique old computer going so slowly. So I hit Command B. But what I needed to be doing and what I wanted to do was to hit Command V. That's a paste. And then we're not using any of these damn variables, so it accomplishes absolutely nothing. And I think we cleared everything so much that we don't even have anything working anymore. But I think double building will fix that. Yep. I had cleared all of this stuff, and when I cleared all of this stuff, it removed all the libraries that it had previously compiled, so I went back to that initial phase of try to compile, fail to compile, feel sad, because it hadn't compiled any of its libraries, and I stripped that all away from it again. So back on the track of now we're defining colors, because what we're doing is duplicating what's here in the Wikipedia page. And then this has nothing to do with what I actually want to do, so we don't care about blue, green, red, and cyan. We just want to add all of these things together. And that's my next step. We'll simply use mid for that, shall we? And then we're no longer referring to these in any way. But we are adding all of these sequentially. Goodbye colors that had no relation to what I actually meant to do. Oh, hi. That doesn't work at all. Life is pain. Boop. Boop. We're going to find out real quick whether this actually works. Life is pain, but I am moving in the direction of actually being able to make this compile. But I have to do it for both of the stages, sadly. So that stuff stays the same, but this changes. Oh, for fuck's sake. Stop it. I don't know why I keep hitting the wrong thing. It's making me crazy. I can't hit the right thing to save my life. Well, it's honestly, these are the days that actually end up being productive when I'm hating life and everything is going wrong. I don't know exactly why that is, but maybe it's just it gets your blood going or something. And then these now have to be bes B rather than bes A. And of course these also. I wonder how much I lose from having to do the array access. There. Now those all say bes B. I've commented out everything else I need. I'm still doing the bucket brigade for every point that I need. In theory, this can build. But what does it sound like? We're not even going to bother trying to load up Buxnago span. It can't run on a machine this old. I use it sometimes if I'm doing stuff regarding like noise backgrounds. I can do filters using noise on this sometimes. It'll show me more accurately what's actually happening. But here is apparently what we get, unless it blows up completely and fails. Probably it won't. No, that's alive. Full range. Okay, it has a sound. It has a really intense ring. Okay, that's something. I'm not sure what it is, but it's something. So when we run it really high, next to nothing's happening. At extremely high settings, I'm hearing something that I don't like, It's like it's popping or clicking or something. High pass isn't very good. Yeah, so something's going on here. This is Bezier cubed, which is not necessarily a success. Bear that in mind. We seem to be snapping into a not worky section. And something's clicking. Yeah, this is raw. Engage it and something happens and it starts clicking. Nothing? Something. So why is it clicking if we are successfully making Bezier curves? What will we get if we made it 2 control points but they were the same place? That'd be weird. Let's find out. So A equals input sample, B equals A, C equals A, D equals B. Now we're assigning 2 control points to the same place. Let's lose the rest of this stuff because we don't have to go back regardless. Let's lose that. Let's lose this. Let's do the same thing. B equals A, C equals A. Sorry, A. Then D equals B. Now we have 2 control points set to the same place. What do we got? Because that did make a crazy effect. It made a sound. It wasn't a good sound, but it was a very distinct sound. What do we got? Same track, same plugin. Now what? It's still clicking. Do you hear that? It's clicking. Okay, if we set it to nothing, it's not clicking. Now it's not clicking. Okay, we got evil digital. So I can't say as I consider that to be a smooth filter. Not so much. wondering whether in the really high frequencies they're getting anything out of it. I think I can close Wikipedia now. We did this part. Well, good. You'll get to play with it even if it fails. You know I will let you play with it even if it fails. I'm liking how it turns highs into a sort of old digital highs. I can go nice and dark with this. We're really getting into a antique sampler mode. Okay, so now if we use it as a high pass, yeah, it could be worse. Ooh, you get a monstrous resonance out of that. In fact, let me dial this back. So now we're at half volume, but since we're cutting bass so much, there's a resonant effect. Also, I hear the clicking again. I don't like that. Okay, high pass. Yeah, well, you're only hearing it through monitor speakers, so headphone users are pretty safe. So theoretically that's at 0 and that's not going to budge. I'm not sure if it's really literally at 0. Yeah, that's the clicking. The clicking is this phenomenon. So we can try a thing. Let's see if I'm in my open sound folder. Here's the sound folder. So I'm looking for sine bass or bass sine. It's going to be something like that. Yep, sine basses is what it was. And now I'm going to apply what I just saw, and I'm going to see what that does to things. Oh, musing. Okay, we're going to dial that back. And then we're going to run it again, but this time allow it to be louder. There we go. Okay, so that is what we are seeing. We are seeing it interact in a weird and unpleasant way. That's what's causing the result. So our interpolation is not working nicely. That's what's making that effect. So, I mean, an interesting enough effect, I guess, but not what I intended. I wonder whether I need to make the control points be something else. So that was interesting. Clearly now I need to find out what happens if I have it the original setup, because the change that I made wasn't actually helpful. There. Now we're alternating between sample points and control points. In theory, I could be interpolating the control points. Or alternately, just letting them be little windows into the audio stream itself. Now that might be crazy, but it's a little closer to what the original intent was. So it does make me wonder. It's probably possible to do that. I kind of am, though. I kind of am doing the thing. Well, this is the algorithm. Let's see what it does this time. I got some ideas of things I can try. It won't necessarily make anything nice, but I bet you even if it doesn't, I can make something enjoyable for you crazy people. So once more into the breach. This is meant to be a high pass. It's going to do a something. What it is going to be interesting to see. Alrighty. So when you look at that, we are most definitely doing a something. We're kind of bouncing around in time is what we're doing. Are these perfect snaps from one point to another? Absolutely they are, yes. These are just straight up dislocations of the wave. They seem to be relative to how big of a departure it is. That seems interesting. Like what it's doing here. Like if I can figure out what this is about, it feels like that could be interesting. We are sharply amplifying the rates here. Also, just for funds, if we undo that and then return to Bezier cubed, let's make this crossover be the same. Set like this, there will be no change. No change. But then if we set these to 0, or yeah, both of them to 0, now we have the low pass form of what originally was a high pass, and it's still going to be broken, but it'll see, oh, interesting. So that's supposed to be a low pass. Doesn't look too much like a low pass to me. Looks like something weird and crazy. Looks really very similar to what I had before. Now this shouldn't be doing this, and I would like to know why. The way it's working, it should be able to go, okay, that is a low pass, this is a big old sine, therefore we shouldn't be offsetting these the way that they are. That's puzzling. I'll get back to that. I need to make another pit stop, but I'll throw on our little track again, and I will be right back. Alrighty. So, one possibility is that best cycle only gets to count from a certain point. Another possibility is I can do this a little different. Actually, hang on. Holy crud, I'm already not doing one of the things I thought I was going to be doing. Look at this more closely. Look at this more closely and you will see an obvious fault. If we were really filtering it, and that includes in BesieQ, because that's where this comes from. This is what we use. Well, that's a massive oversight. I don't think it's going to change this any, but that at least is interesting and significant. Changing it like that without changing anything else means let's go back to another brighter one. Means that we're doing this instead. So that gives us a very sharp sounding edge. We were allowing all the frequencies into the algorithm in the first place. Okay, so this is actually a cool synth filter now. I never meant it to be, but also, what if we do that? Well, shucks, if we can do that. What would happen if we intentionally opened something that was a waveform? Remember, this is what I put into that video game I made. No effect. Okay, I think we have to make this. I do still need to fix it. Holy crud, is that acid? I do need to make it interpolate. It needs to interpolate. Break, you say? That's not going to be actually a break. Hoping it was a break, but it's really not. But although it is not a break, well, hang on, is this a break? No, that's nothing I want. Yeah, this is a rail sampler. This isn't software at all. Well, I mean the sampler software, but this is the way I made the Z filters. The Z filters are imitating what this is. And this is a rail sampler. So let's see. Amend loop sessions. Probably not helpful. Well, not helpful it may be, but all the same, those are drums. So we get to hear it over drums. Well, that's all very well and good. But what if we did actually use the raw sample rather than just the averaged one? That'd be different, wouldn't it? And then this shouldn't have been using input sample L in the first place. I don't know what I was thinking. Yikes. No. This one would be using treble, presumably. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It would be using mid. Man, I didn't realize Beziq Q was as screwed up as it is. Nothing to be done about it now. It's been out there being itself. Although I suppose I could throw a variation on there. That would be fairly straightforward to do. So yeah, now we're using the raw sample coming in, rather than the filtered one, so we don't actually need this at all. And then we're using the raw mid coming in rather than the input one that hasn't been filtered at all. So that's more correct for what we've got. And we'll do a little build there, and then we'll see what this does. Because again, we're in strange realms. We don't know what any of this is doing because it was never meant to exist in the first place. So, okay, unexpected, but all right. That's kind of badass. Yeah, there's that clicking. That's the same clicking I was hearing before. We've rolled it down to the subsonic. So what's happening here? The reason it's doing this horrible clicking. Genuine answer? Enjoy. 10.6.8. This is being developed on Snow Leopard. This is not only an old Mac OS, it's an old computer. So the reason it's making this clicking is as follows. The filter cutoff is down around the subsonics. It is a subsonic filter cutoff. It's way lower than it ever needs to be. If you properly filter the inputs, there would be silence. And in fact, you can do that by taking the averaged input. But instead, what I'm doing is the end Bezier point is one of the samples. And the begin Bezier point is another one of the samples, unfiltered. And then the control points, they're also sampled. So what's happening is it's just going crazy because it's doing a Bezier curve, spacing it out this much, but then without filtering any of it, all the intermediate samples are just random chaos at essentially audio rates. So when you sweep it up, you're getting closer to just random nonsense at audio rate. So the cycling time is now in the low bass, but the info we're feeding it is unfiltered. If it had been filtered to the extent that this would require, there would be no sound anymore. But the clicking, that's the cycle rate of the Bezier curve. So essentially what we have is a filter that goes insane and hallucinates stuff, but it's not AI. It's just misuse of filtering. And we get a nice crunchy quality to it as well. And as we get brighter, it's less offensive. Also, let's see what happens with this. That one has more of an effect. So that's interesting. Okay, let's get even more horrible. I cannot resist doing something messy with this. Let's make an effect stack. If that is, the computer can respond. We'll hope it can. Let's add this that we were just playing with. But then let's also add an overdrive. I think we can do it with Z output stage. Yep, absolutely. So we'll pad the output a little bit. But then let's make terrifying things happen. Heavy distortion. Heavy distortion. Here, try the other mic. Okay, so we had some fun today regardless. Even if I'm still working on getting some of this stuff to do what it was meant to do, this was fun. I wonder how these are different. They're definitely different. So how are these different? DRes A and DRes B clearly are not the same. Oh, interesting. Look at what's happening here. I've got it set up to quantize the DRes. What would happen if I didn't do that? That would be interesting. Let's remove the differences from these. We'll get back into this at some point. There. Now they're the same filter. We don't have it set up to... That quantizes it. I'm thinking not to quantize it. Let's see what we get now. Because we've been doing it without the quantize. And applying the quantize by mistake. That might even be part of what was causing my problem before. Mind you, we're already in a different zone now, but that could even have been my problem before. It's definitely worth fooling with, definitely worth finding out what happens. But firstly, back to here. Let's see what we've got now that we are no longer quantizing that value. Okay, it liked some of that. I've now got it out of balance. There's our clicky zone. That's about the most intensely acidy thing I've ever heard in my life. Clearly, now the time is to make yet another plugin to bounce off of this one and take it in that direction. Also, more fire, please. Have to go and get fire. Tomorrow I go and bring a bunch more firewood in from outside. So me working my way through this is entirely correct. And I have very clear ideas for what I need to be doing. We might be looking at a new Z filter. I could absolutely see this becoming a new Z filter because it works so well with that Z output stage. So, Okay. Hey, Grins. We are in the zone as far as trying to make things, having them go terribly wrong, but producing... Here, let me show you. We made this completely by mistake. and it is bugged and broken, but in an amusing way. Yeah, from today we can do this. In fact, there's two different variations of that. Oh yeah, I am showing it. There was an even more extreme version, but then I made some changes, so I could probably undo some of those changes. And once I've spun this off into a plugin dedicated specifically to this purpose, then I can go back and try to work on the actual bugs. Because we ran into lots of actual bugs. And I'm interested to find out what's going on with that and how I can fix it. Also, I believe I have an update to something else too. So that might be a fine idea. See, here's BusyQ, which is out. But there are so many frickin' bugs in here that I can change it and it'll actually sound quite different. So I'm feeling like maybe that's what I'd like to do. We'll throw a little variation. And it's not going to be the new form of Bezier curve. I have not finished this. What my aim was to go from quadratic Bezier filters to cubic Bezier filters. And I got a variety of useful things going with it. But it ended up being kind of a big mess. So let's first of all see about fixing this up. I think this is mono. BusyQ 2. So version's going to change. We're not going to keep iterating this, so I'm not going to put a number in there. Instead, what I'm going to do is just increment the final letter, Q to R. QRSTUV. Bezier. Seems legit. Let's do the other stuff. This serves kind of as a bug fix, or at least I believe that's how it's going to come off. So I'm going to leave it behaving exactly the same as before. And we're going to listen to what each of them sound like and find out how much it changed. So far so good, I guess. I'll find out quickly enough if I have this right, because if I have it completely wrong, it'll super duper fail to work. Which is always amusing, I suppose. They all go from 0 to 1. In a way, this has been a bit of a grueling day, but anytime my mistakes lead to something as messy like that filter that I just made, which I'm thinking of putting the Z filter curve on and interpolating the filter sweep, because that's going to be useful. and adding another parameter where I can pivot or interpolate between the filtered version of the input, which will be darker and will fade down to quietness, or the out of control version of the input can be a crossfade. So there gets to be a whole extra control on there that will bring in that extra gnarly nonsense sound. So yeah, it's gonna be techno freak heaven, straight up. And it's the farthest thing from purest Bez you could ever possibly ask for. So here, see, deleted that. So far, so good. We need to initialize this, which is done like this. And then I gotta copy everything from overall scale on down. Boop. And quit out of here and go and do the simple change that I needed to do. This is the version of BezEQ that's out there. This got past me. But all that means is there's going to be an update and you get to continue with the other one in case you like the unusual sound it made, because it was doing the same thing that my gnarly synth filter was doing, just as an EQ. So there may be people who were fooling with this, didn't notice that it was horribly broken, but got sounds out of it anyhow. See, this was not correct either, so don't mind me. Oh, and it's slightly blurred too. Okay, so that's another change. We're going to change that too. That's the one that gets edited. This we don't need to do. This we don't need to do. This must have been tricky to wrestle with back when I was making it. I must have got caught up in stuff and distracted, because this is a little all over the place, I tell you. So we do not use Bez in. Nothing uses Bez out either. So that goes there. Then we never need to assign this because it doesn't get used at all. Same with this. And that. And then again here. See, that was an even worse mistake. We keep using like the raw input sample for all of the feeding the bands. That's literally the opposite of what it's supposed to do. Again, copious apologies, and maybe people got something useful out of the weirdness that it was. So, where are we at? Well, we can clearly do this. At no point did we need to do that. Then we can do this. Because at no point did we need to do anything else there as well. And this is the interpolated version. Let's try it out. It's not going to build the first time, but let's try it out and see what this sounds like and whether maybe we can benefit from making it be like right-hand derez rather than left-hand derez. This is doing left-hand derez. Ooh, we're not even looking at the right output. Boop, cover you up. And voila. So now we're going to go back to Wounded Skies because it has bright, edgy sounds, and will hopefully reveal the sound of things more effectively that way. Maybe we'll do Focke-Wulf P38 Lightning. That's very bright. And then we haven't loaded a recent effect yet, but it's going to be Bezier Q2. There we are. No effect. No change. Ooh, that's a lot of boost. That's kind of intense. There. Now let's see what happens. Bass. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of fucking boost. Didn't anticipate that. Man, that's a lot of gain. Where's it coming from? That said, that's more well-behaved than it was before. I don't know what you mean by bass synth in first track. Okay, this is a brick wall. This turned into a really effective brick wall, except for my gain is completely out of control. I don't have a monologue. So I don't know what you mean by first track. If you mean this track, this is an electric bass. So what on earth is going on with my gain? Why is it doing that gain thing? I wish to know. Oh, hello. No, that's still correct. Input sample L minus mid is in fact correct. Although, what if this wasn't actually wrong? My levels are over the top here. It's really freaking out. Granted, I can boost it, but I'm not necessarily boosting these. They're straight up just 0.5 gives you unity gain. So it shouldn't be blowing up the outputs like this. And yet, okay, well, we've got this set up basically matching everything that it was. This line of code goes along with best cycle equals 0 down here. So what we're doing is essentially debez left side. I can make it move more smoothly at the cost of a weird digital overtone, which I'm not hearing super clearly right here, but now we're getting these wild effects. And I would like to know what it thinks it's doing. First of all, let's build this and see what we get. I had thought I would make this be able to behave better, but also if we weren't doing I'm no longer interpolating between samples in the way that I was, so I shouldn't have to do this times 0.5, and yet I am, and we're going to see what happens. I guess it's kind of handy that the initial mix of this thing is loudinated. Back in the day when stuff like that might be happening, you can plainly see that that's what I'm doing. Alrighty. Come on. Oh, are we going to crash? Are you going to crash? No. It wanted to crash. Okay. 0.5. 0.618. 0.5. 0.3. 7 or thereabouts. 0.5. Honestly, I could just set it to defaults, but that's basically defaults. So now, if I pull treble down, how much louder does it get? Louder. Also louder. So we got some kind of nasty feedback going on. Bass. Oh yeah. Well, you can boost real good. None of the scaling is right. Yeah, all this is wildly screwed up in some way that's difficult to anticipate. Although, like, if full cancellation is giving me that much of a boost, I can try to address this simply by continuing to cut back the outputs of all of these. Because what we're doing is having this assemblage of... We're producing this assemblage of bands. That's how this monster works. I don't know what was going on the first time I made it. It's clearly because I don't understand what was happening there. Like over here somewhere. Here's, oh God. Okay, let's make it be default. Wow, it even did it. Here's the original. So you can boost, but cutting isn't making this one go crazy. It's not really working, but it's not making it go crazy. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, so this would have been one of the failures where people didn't really enjoy it because they were having trouble making it work. Which is fine. It's like, or it's not come out yet. Let me just take 1/2 of a moment and look at whether that's one of the ones that hasn't come out yet. No, it came out. You're stuck with it. But all the more reason to see whether I can revisit it and get it to behave itself a little better. So, doing the Bezier filtering is causing it to not work. One of the things that's causing it not to work is that when you cut something, it becomes louder rather than quieter. That's because it's a strongly resonant filter. So it might be canceling stuff at some point, but there's something else that is extremely loud. At unity gain, nothing happens. If we change the outputs of all of these to multiplied by 0, none of these bands would do anything. Like you do that, and then it's multiplied by 0, you cut it all the way and nothing happens because none of the filtering is taking effect. Here's where that's happening. So logically, if it's producing a filtered sound that is excessively loud, and then we take the end result, output, like mid, and because it's resonating so hard, we cut the output down a lot so that hopefully the part that's actually resonating is canceling out. That should produce a sweepable dip, and then it would do the same thing in the bass. And then maybe we're going to get something that acts like something. So this sample L gets even less added to it because it's times 0.125. Bass, same deal here. Then we combine these again, and that's the end result. I do like that I'm making some of the bits simpler as I go. Here's the most recent change, assuming I did remember to combine it. Also, I see something weird here that I don't like. Maybe it's okay, but maybe it's not. Oh, okay, I see something very interesting that might be affecting the other one. Mid equals Bez A, Bez BL plus everything else. So you removed that completely in the new version. But what that means, that has consequences. I'm not taking that into account. The new version of the Bezier filter with the cubic Bezier filter isn't doing that anymore. This is. And it's supposed to be able to work. But that's a question. Yeah, because what it's doing is making an extremely profound offset every step of the way. And that might be, because this is basically my essential Bezier curve calculations minus a few updates that I had. Let's build this again. This is not in the new code. Oh, I have to quit out of twisted wave. Let's just redo this again. And it would have to be in the new code, I think. Yeah, presumably. That's the way that works. Okay, run twisted wave one more time. Bowling a strike, you think I am? Let's firstly see what this does. with the same torture test behavior where if it's able to cut, it'll be able to make the sound be quieter when one of the bands goes down. Okay, so here's where we started. But that makes bass get louder when you cut. Here's the new version I'm actively working on. Okay, that is making it not be louder. How about when I take bass out? Well, it's not making it much louder. That kind of worked. Okay, that's our maximum cancel. Yikes. So what happens if we cut everything? Interesting, it did nothing. So full cancel. So we're clearly not canceling enough. So we'll try 6 dB up from that. Again, if I set this to times 0, in theory it should do nothing. What I'm trying to do is find the point where the super resonant, weird sounds I'm producing out of this are doing a good job of canceling everything they're supposed to cancel. Because the trouble is input sample L minus mid. Mid should be producing, especially when set to really high frequencies, I should be letting lows through here. Let's find out what we're looking at. Like I should be able to make only the highs be poking through if this is working. And yeah, the irritating thing about all of this is even if I wanted to turn to Cloud Code, it wouldn't be able to help. Nobody does this. For a good reason, I might add. It's not a smart thing to do. I'm doing it anyway. Back to our annoying loud noise. Shall I let it load? And then I promise we'll play with some of the other stuff. But we're going to copy out the one that I did earlier just so that we can use it for a really obnoxious synth filter. It's bugged to the nth degree, but okay, I don't hear bass out of that. Although now I have too much bass. Yeah, this is only treble, but now we have the subs. That makes no sense at all. But set really high, it is capable of canceling anyhow. Drop it low enough and I have a boost in the bass by cutting the bass. That's not great. Ooh, but I don't need to drop it that low. Okay, I don't hate that. If I cut off higher, I think we have it working. Oh, I doubt that, JFrag. I doubt that very much. No, we shouldn't use this as a mastering EQ. Oh my god. But you can do this. Man, that's high. Let's pick a different one. Okay, so default. A little less brightness, maybe. That worked. Yowza. But then it goes back up again. Can we take bass away too? We sure can. Can we move the bass cutoff up? We can. Yeah, that took a lot of lows out. Okay, okay. This is starting to come into form. Yeah, I feel like max cut is about halfway. That seems odd. And if we push it this far, we start to see that filter kicking in. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so that's not exactly what you'd call mastering grade. That's not great. But it's mostly in situations where it's all mid. And if we zoom it up, we get a pretty respectable, extremely tight brick wall cutoff. It takes it from this to this. So I think I can see some things to do here to make this like sit up and bark properly in the way that it's supposed to be. I think I see some things that can change. Firstly, it's basically behaving itself and doing okay. Although we can make the range of this go a little ways farther. But, and this is fine too, but we do not need to have this be power of 4. I think we can have that, the power of 2, and that'll voice it more in the lower mid-range rather than just at default settings right down at the bottom. That'll probably help. And we do not need this. Don't need that. Don't need this. Don't need this. All it's doing is making the desirable range of adjustment exaggerated, so that once you start dropping it too far, it starts losing. Like when I cut too far, what happens is it kind of stops being effective. That's because I'm using that multiplier to push it beyond where it should go. That range of sort of inverted behavior should be only at the very, very limits of it. And then the boosting is relatively useless, so I can dial that back too. And yeah. That should help it behave a little bit better. And we can return to the crazy noises later, including, remember when I was talking about this, this is what I lacked. So CBL is C interpolated between B, BAL is B interpolated between A, and then CBAL would be CBL interpreted between BAL. That is, in fact, the result of the Bezier curve. But then we add BEZ BL, which is the previous starting point, and that's what's happening. Granted, I will leave the acidy one the way it is. We're going to copy it over and do some fun things to make sure that it does exactly the horrifying things it was doing before, up to and including a little control smoothing to make it work better. But this is the bit that I missed from trying to port it over. This beginning from just one step previously was the part I didn't have. And that's useful to know about because I was really interested in seeing whether I could make this filter be a better or more interesting form of the filter And in order to do that, we have to start from an appropriate reference. That's what was happening with those base signs as well. Is I didn't have this offset. It was plain to see on the sine waves. It didn't start from that offset. It started from a different place, and so everything kind of went crazy. This means we're going to have like 3 different filters out of today. Let's. Don't need this no more. May not need. No, we do need BestAmp. We literally do need BestAmp because now we're actively using it rather than ignoring it, which was not appropriate. Original BezEQ, we used that, did things with it, and then ignored what we did. So that's unhelpful. All right. Build. Build succeeded. Let's see whether it's behaving nicely and doing nice things. Oh, my synapses are well saturated from before, but it doesn't matter. It's getting on towards 3. I've got about an hour before thawing out my cheese for tacos. I've got 2 hours before I get to have tacos. And once I get to do that, I get to shut the door on the day and see whatever it was that got left after all this. Over to, let's see, Focke-Wulf FW190. Man, this loads slowly. No matter. We've got that part loaded anyway, so default. There, that's a better range of adjustment. That sounds darker. That still sounds a little wonky. Yeah, I make tacos for dinner on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and so what I'm going to do is start getting the tacos ready at 4 by thawing out some Monterey Jack cheese that I keep in the freezer because I don't go through it that fast. By the time it's dinner time, it will have thawed out, and then I get to have shredded cheese on my tacos. So that's what I mean by that. Okay, let's put this back. Yeah, that feels like bass. There's a lot of boost. Here's our treble. So it's honestly not the best, but it's very sharp. I'm going to say that seems like treble to me. When we roll this down, it starts sounding more unpleasant. See, you hear the overtone there. On the bright side, that's canceling out completely. I'm going to call that successful. Would you look at that? We get to sweep the treble down. And if the treble is all the way down, then the mid's able to completely cancel it out. Not bad. So here's what BezEQ sounds like as a brick wall. It's a pretty sharp brick wall. I do wonder whether there's anything I can do about this. Maybe it wants to be referring to the same thing that I'm basing stuff off. That would cause, let's experiment. Time to experiment. So input sample L, mid. So we've got a delay thing going on here. And the lower we drop the sample, the lower we drop the Bezier filter, the more it's delaying the onset of what it's interacting with. Input sample L is the direct input, but we're almost immediately converting it to Bez AL and then to Bez BL. All of these are raw sample inputs. Or wait, no, hang on. No, they're not. Do I need to run an extra set of... Maybe I do. The filter contains an averaged input, but nothing is stopping me from doing a parallel delayed version, like a special case. And wherever this says mid equals Bez A, Bez BL, and then treble equals input sample L, nothing is stopping it from being treble equals Bez A, Bez delayed input sample L that's in the same position as the filtered one. That would probably give me more of a handle on the... It'd get a little tricky. It would get a little tricky. But yeah, I'm doing this delayed, smoothed out Bezier filter thing, which is a very, very steep cutoff. And then I'm making the treble band out of raw sample at any given moment minus mid. I see a further problem. We're only sampling this Bezier filter every now and then. That's why we have to smooth it, so I can't actually make a direct sample of input sample L in there, subtract it from there, and have it be any good. What I would be needing to do is run a little tiny delay line just for the purpose of delaying it. Is that actually useful to do? Because one thing it is doing, as I do that, oh, that's frustrating. Oh, that's very frustrating. If I have to do that, then I have to delay both treble and mid to align with whatever amount of delay is on bass. That's irritating. Oh, that's irritating. See, what I'm wondering is whether I can... Well, one thing I can do is add just one delay. If I do that, it won't be tracking sample rate. Why does this have to be so stinking hard? I do know how to run a little delay line. That's not so challenging. In fact, I even know how to calculate what delay line it needs to have. Because all I have to do is go to here. And then int 1.0 divided by dresb is the number of samples of delay it needs to have. We can even start building that in. And then it becomes just a question of, like, is it worth it running all these little delay lines to time align these behaviors? And I don't know. I don't know if it needs time aligning. I do know this is affecting my ability to roll off mids in the treble band. The treble band doesn't cancel at all. And the reason the treble band doesn't cancel at all is because the mid that I'm subtracting is somewhat delayed. So it's giving a nifty like hype factor going on, but I can't sweep it up to where it cancels completely, and if you cut mid out, you end up with just breathy super highs. And it seems like that would be handy. So again, I'm staring at the wall. Well, nothing's stopping me from at least making this experiment. Int there. Same for the other one. And if it's an integer delay, then I don't have to interpolate samples. This is going in all kinds of different directions now. I didn't anticipate grappling with some of this stuff. I can start with just the highs and then see what that gets me. Because all of this is very interesting, and there's one further benefit from all of this, which is that these Bezier filters, they're very efficient. I'm not sure there's a way that I can do steep roll-offs like that in as few cycles. Like if I was to try to do them with, if I was to try to do this using biquad filters, I'd have to stack them up like crazy. It would be like isolator. But this is a very different scenario. And I guess we're going to find out. So let's go and find out. I'm going to take one of my pre-delays from one of my reverbs. Is what I'm going to do. Here's a very recent. Hang on though, is that even appropriate? Do I have a regular pre-delay at all or not? I suspect not. Okay, that sucks. Can't use that. Doesn't even have a normal pre-delay. And we still have all this other stuff to soldier through, but I do want to see whether this does anything. So there's a much earlier version that straight up had a built-in pre-delay. Ooh, I think maybe Beyond has a straight up ordinary normal pre-delay. If it does, I will take it literally just as it is. Ah! AZ, pre-delay plus 5, bada boom. If I take all of these chunks and include them in the new thing, they're going to count. So now I need to also take this part here. It's never going to need to be this big, so I'm not going to have it be that. I wonder if I can define that here. Maybe. We'll find out. We'll find out if that works. So that's our maximum delay, and we're not going to need AZR. Then we need to initialize it, or bad things will happen. Where'd it go? Where'd you go? Come back. There we are. Said initialize it. Bada boom. We will try to remember to have that updated as needed. There, now it's initialized. And then we're not going to use a thing for this. Instead, we're going to use a number. Or indeed, maybe not need to use this at all. Stranger things have happened. Alrighty. Setting up filter, doing this, doing that, doing the other. Here's our pre-delay. Neat chunk. Sitting right here. That's everything we need from KBeyond. So now that we are in here, we've now produced that. Paste that in, we have a pre-delay. Comment out the right channel, and the pre-delay actually works. And we directly use mid delay because it is the int and it is the number of samples of delay that we need. Mind you, we do not have this here, but that's okay because the part we need to use is input sample. In fact, at no point do we reuse input sample, so we can just update it in place. And if this works, that will have changed the timing of those two bands that are being combined. And then we're making bass out of mid, so that'll continue to act normally again. But then if we needed to, well, no. we need to use multiple delays because we need to delay input sample in order to be able to subtract mid from it. But then we need to delay input sample and mid if we're going to make it align with base. But first things we need to do is find out where the, oh, didn't work. Didn't work, and I'll show you why. I have a thing in the wrong place. This is in the wrong place. But that is eminently fixable because it initially, in all the other ones, lives up here. And we can have it live up here. And this time, it'll still fail. Okay, what happened? Oh, that's what happened. I haven't built it since I did these things, and so therefore, we get to fix that. Okay, moment of truth. Let's see what happened. Also, it's going to be a moment of throwing another log on the fire in a minute. Let's open this too large file again. It's an entire album, so this shows you what it used to be like computing. I'm not even streaming on this machine, and it's still struggling to load a CD's length of 16-bit audio. Oh, there it goes. Part of that is simply because I have Xcode open as well, and it's only got like 16 megs of memory or something. 16 megs of memory? Surely not. 8 gigs of memory. Not very different. And this is not an Apple Silicon machine that would be able to deal with that, let me tell you. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? Basic Q and default setting. Okay, that's taken the highs out nicely. That's taking out the highs real nicely. Let's take out the mids. That absolutely worked. Here's our crossover to the treble. Okay, we're still letting a lot of bass in. Could it be that I can cancel out even harder? What's going on in here? Quick experiment. If mid is times 0.5, in theory we can subtract more highs than we were before. If this works, it'll cancel out more mid-range than it did before. See, I originally thought the way this was going to add up was that it was going to be raw output, not attenuated in any way. And it seemed as if that was not true. But if this cancels even more, then it's worth finding out whether our actual number here is different than what I thought it was. And I really need to start loading up a, oh, okay, this time it's run faster for a while, and then it slows right down again. Let's use this one. This one's very bright. So the goal here is to find out whether we can sweep it up Oh no, that's worse. That's a lot worse. there's going to be a setting here where this is maximally canceled out. So exactly unity gain for this. Let's shut this off entirely so that we're not hearing it. So 0.25 would put that correction back down to what it was before. What's the number I really want? Okay, there's bass. Okay. I was right the first time. It wants to be exactly half. I had it exactly right the first time. So, times 0.25 and times 0.25, and this algorithm is now set up to do its thing properly. I don't know why that was 0.25. It wasn't in the original BezEQ, but then the original BezEQ needed help. This apparently is doing much better. That implies we can do the same thing with treble again and mid. And that's an interesting prospect. Or could I combine them before delaying them? I bet you I could. I bet you I could. So one thing first. We are needing a little more wood on the fire. Not that it's that cold today, but it's been so stinking cold. Give me a second. Yeah, I absolutely think that that's going to work. And you know what? I'm not doing that anywhere else. So this is quite the interesting update in the possibilities of Bezier cutoff EQs. I have not had anything working nearly as well as this. I don't honestly know whether it's really a win or not. Because the thing with this is it's still a ringy sounding Bezier filter. It's still doing its weird stuff. I'm not sure if it quite counts as being a properly good sounding EQ, but that's what this experimenting is for. That's what this experimenting is for. The person who said it was a mastering EQ, well, that's kind of wacky, but it would be really funny if it turned out to be true. Also, I should throw some more water in this kettle. What kettle do you say? This kettle. I will be right back. Now we're going to do all the stuff. And I'm kind of craving more coffee, but I think there's been enough. That is not something I need to do to myself, is drinking even more coffee at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We're getting through everything. It's fine. So here's what we're talking about. We're talking about needing to make another delay. I don't know what my numbers are going to end up being here, so well, what could they possibly be? What could they possibly be if we're at like some very high sample rate? Like 96K. And then we've got like a 10 hertz cycling. One thing I can do is I can set it up so that it explodes if you set it wrong. So let's see, divide it by 10. So 9600 would be a 96K low cutoff of 10 hertz, which we kind of do not want to do. I could set the maximum sizes to like 4096 maybe. So what happens if I set this up so that we have our little delay buffers? Some of them are not going to be used hardly at all. Like the high frequency, well actually I lied, that's not true at all. You can set the frequency of the high all the way down to next to nothing. I've just got factors, well, so I can fix, well, trying to figure out whether I can fix this or not. Also, let's put the camera back. So the reason I'm flustering and havering, as the Scots would say, over this is if I set the frequency cutoff too low, it will delay everything by too long. If it delays everything by longer than the size of the buffer, everything crashes and explodes. If I make sure that the frequency you set it to can't go below a certain amount, it doesn't crash and explode. And then if the sample rate you're running at is high enough that it makes the delay become too long again, it crashes and explodes again. And anywhere along that path, if I force it not to be too big of a delay, but then it's inappropriate, the tone of it goes off. So I think I'm not going to take care of people who are attempting to do 5 hertz filters. Although if it turns out to work great, then I can see why they'd want to make 5 hertz filters. But let's ignore that for the moment. And we're going to have a separate count because that is subject to being reset by the size of the pre-delay. So we don't actually have that one running separately. Meaning it's probably worth renaming this, but that's another story. And we need 2 of them. So let's make it M and B, mid and bass. There. That should function, and now I have to update all the bits of it. Well, or we could call it A and B because the Bezier filter is set to A and B. Yeah, how about that? What am I talking about? Let's do this properly. In fact, that already says A. There. So the pre-delay is now little arrays, and all they have in them is an A and a B, and then left and right. And those are our delay things for continuing this process, and I have a trick in mind for what I'm going to do to delay the highs and the lows without running 3 banks of delays. So firstly, let's jump back over here, because all of this now has to be updated and fixed. From this to this. All right, now there should be 2 of those set up. If I want the stereo version, I can just make the R versions in there. That should be fine. Now we have a base delay, and that's going to work the same. At no point do I need to use this. We didn't even need to include it at all. So let's deal with this firstly. Take the Z away. Let's update this while we're at it. I said, let's update this while we're at it. Going through and dealing with all the little places. Then we're doing count A. We've got an insanity check in there just in case it's negative, which it should never be. Stereo will work the same way. Comment that out, and I have the stereo, which will help for making the VST version, which will use that code. We can leave it called pre-delay, I suppose. Looking good. So that's how we delay input sample L to line up properly, but now we have to delay everything. But let's show you how that works. So where did we do that? We did that after this part. Not there. Not there. Here. See where it says CBL, BAL, and mid, and now it says CBL, BAL, and base, because we're reusing those, because we don't have the formula for doing the more complicated routine. Well, I'm happy to see that you're in a good mood, Erwin. This has been a weirdly, interestingly productive day, in that a bunch of it was just annoyingly frustrating, but it's for the best of reasons, because nobody else is doing this, because this is a weird thing to be doing. And I feel like I'm getting some serious results out of it, so that's even better. So let's both be in a good mood. Now, here's the final trick. Copy, paste, So where we have treble equals input sample L minus mid, and we have delayed input sample L. Now we're generating base. Base is going to be off of what mid was, and we've generated mid, and mid is producing its own little delay. So this now needs to be mid. But I hear you say, we're delaying only mid? How can that be? How do we apply treble? Well, here's how. There we are. Okay, I'm a little concerned. That might work. Like that. Or no, that's still correct. Okay, I see what I must do. Which is easier expressed like this. There. We've subtracted treble. We've run the base Bezier curve. And then we're adding treble back to mid again, based on what treble gain is. And then that has to pass through, but the whole thing, including however loud treble ends up being, is going through yet another delay. But it's not mid delay this time. It's base delay. And then let's also do this here, because those need some updating. There's going to have to be a mid, left, and right. It's fine. Or we could start doing that now. Ba-da-boom. So they need to be in stereo, so mid L rather than just mid. Treble L, input sample minus mid L. Mid L gets put into the base. Then base L. Mid L plus treble L, and then bada boom, and this is going to become R. And then now that we've reassembled mid L, we're going to delay everything. And here's how that works. Oh, but we can't use count A for that, can we? We have count B, so final detail to get right. There's the mid, well, no, there's the mid pre-delay. So there's Bez B. So here we do B copy L and count B. Because this is not the same delay line as the previous one. This is a different other delay line. And if we get this stuff wrong, it'll go horribly wrong in a way that might not even make for an awesome acid filter. So be warned. Granted, the awesome acid filter was a fine discovery. It was very cool in its own right, but you can't count on things like that being good every time. Minus base L, base plus gain. I do see one problem. If we cut mid-L completely, we're also cutting treble. Does mid gain go to 0? Yes. So I can't simply go treble L times treble gain divided by mid gain, because that can be 0. But you know what? I think this will work. So we can see what it sounds like, anywho. And then you just don't get to cut things to nothing. Or we'll figure out something to do. We can make it not be able to cut things to 0, because it could be a very small number and it would still work for compensating treble gain so that it's independent of mid gain. Right now it is not. Wow, listen to that kettle already starting to burble away. It's already getting going. I think I'm intentionally picking this just so that I have a moment to think while it slowly loads up. All right, annoyingly bright. Basic Q2, default setting. Darker. Sure enough, if you cut mid completely, you've also lost treble, so there is that. I can alter that by simply having it be compensated by mid. Man, that's a sharp filter. Hats. Oh, killed it. Killed it. I told you it would do that. I told you it would do that. I went beyond the boundaries of the array. I made the low frequency cutoff so low that it was trying to do a access to the array variable way beyond what it was supposed to. We're not going to send the bug report from a 20-year-old program. Oh, geez. I'm still using Twisted Wave, but I don't expect him to update that version of Twisted Wave to fix something that wasn't his fault. So you know what? Let's leave that and just clamp the limits of how far it can delay. And we're going to set DRes. Well, are we or are we not? We don't need to. We don't need to do this in the slightest, because so min is going to be and since we're not in C#, we get to use simple math like that. In C and C++, we get to do that math and just tell it to be that. So now if we have this going beyond the range of the arrays, it will just ignore it and do the maximum available range of the delay. How many years do I have in programming? That's a fair question. I've had the plugins going for a good 10 years or more, but when I was a little kid, I was programming on an Apple II Plus, because that was what you had back then. Oh, guess what? We can't do that after all. What if we... Oh, I don't think it recognized that. I don't think it sees it. Hello. Does it like it better when it's in all caps? We're going to find out. No, it doesn't like that either. What the hell, I can do it with a simple if statement, it's fine. I don't have to be fancy pants. Far from it. We can be a boring plebeian fellow. Not up to anything fancy. That'll work just fine. It is logically what we're doing. I don't have to get any fancier than that. And now DRes is also clamped. And my job? Good luck seeing AI do this. Here. Yep. Cancel. Good luck seeing AI do this. Like, have fun waiting for AI to do that. back to the one that's supposed to sound nice rather than sound completely horrible. And with a bit of luck, I can get both of these things built. And again, I was talking earlier about how it is possible, although I find I have more useful things to do. If I wanted to do, for instance, an FFT plugin, what I'd probably need to do to avoid annoying real human people is go find an AI of some kind. I wouldn't pay for one for this. And go explain how I do an FFT subroutine. No, not like that. All as one chunk of code. Okay, not like that. No methods. Unroll the whole thing. No, more. Okay, explain it better. Put some comments in. How is it doing what it's doing? No, unroll that loop. Show me what it does. Show me what lines of code make this FFT thing do what it does. Where do I put in the volume levels for the individual bins? What's the variable for each bin? How do I make the input data turn into this recording of like bins and phases and stuff? Make it so that I have it in multiple arrays. Like for a 4096 FFT, I'd have little arrays of 4096. This is the amplitude. 4096, this is the phase. And then how do I turn those up and down? What happens if I start fooling with the phase and not the amplitude? That might be weird. And so on and so forth. It's like I'd be asking it to break stuff down into simplicity that I can understand and fool with, which would entail having it basically undo all the good programming that everybody else does. And that's completely fine. But I'd be asking an AI to do it because it would be really annoying to go to a person and demand that the person rewrite everything until it's on a primitive enough level that I can do it. And that's why I'd use AI for something. And the time has not yet come that I would actually do that. But if it did, it would be like that. I'd be making it unmake other people's code into a simpler form, and then I test it and see if it did anything cool. If it was broken, maybe that would be fine. Maybe I'd be fine with it. But for now, this ain't broken, probably. And I'm going to see whether I can make it crash again. Because what I just did should have made it not be willing to crash this time. I use a car that's able to steer and brake and stuff. I thankfully got a fairly recent Subaru Impreza with all of its little drivey things. It doesn't claim to be self-driving, but it has a hell of a good cruise control, and it has lane keep assist. And it's able to pay more close attention to that than I am because I'm a human and I think of other things. So there's a place for all kinds of stuff. So let's see, back into the breach. We have, that's not the one I want. I want BezEQ2. Here we go. Does it simply crash if I do this? It did not crash. I still haven't done the adjustment between mid and treble. I would like to have it adjusted so that you cut this all the way back and treble stays what it was. That's doable. We're going to do that now that I've ascertained that it doesn't actually crash now, which it shouldn't though, because I fixed that. I fixed that with this line of code. So now we're going to I wonder if I can use fmin and fmax and have it work any better. So we've got that and it's fine. That will be fine. Here's another pre-delay. Here's the place that I need to do the adjusting. I do wonder whether there's any benefit to having these things refuse to go all the way to 0. Because it won't take much. It won't take much at all. In fact, we could do this. They can all be the same. So now I want to figure out to what extent do I get the number right? Because you realize I can't just do plus 0, 1. Midpoint has to be exactly 1. So let's find out. So it's not going to be that, but this will stop it from crashing. But that's not what I'm going to want. So we'll do a little quick math. 0.5 times 1.99 gives me 0.995, which tells me what the plus needs to be in order to make it be exactly, but exactly 1 at the center of the slider. God, excuse me. It's been a long day, and the reason I was yearning for coffee earlier is I'm yawning. Plus 0.05 gives me exactly 1. And now it is safe to do this. So now it's treble times treble gain divided by mid gain times mid gain again, which means it puts it back. Now, granted, that is a lot of multiplying and dividing, and I don't normally like doing that, but yeah. Yeah, Chad, you're using basically the technique I'm talking about with having something use the corpus of human knowledge to explain to you how to do FFT processing. But you're doing it to have that corpus of human knowledge explain how to do quote-unquote plugins. So there's a whole section of making plugins that I do not add creativity to. I can literally show you what and where that is. I do not add creativity to this part. I just learned that it says set parameter there and default params, and this is where you do it, and in the AU base, that's what you do, and I never do anything creative with this part. I never do anything creative with this part. Although when I make the signed versions, I have to add audio component entry, and then it has to say AU base factory, comma, BezEQ2. So I've learned to do that, but that's also not a place where I have any creativity. That's a place where I'm just copying what somebody else did, because otherwise it don't work. I'm not adding any This is where it fills in strings, and in this case it doesn't do anything of the sort. And that, also, I'm not doing any creativity there. This part, I am not adding any creativity. I'm following the instructions that it does. AI would be able to do this just fine. Only reason I don't have to resort to it is because I'm using an old compiler and an old version, so this is fixed. This is set in stone. It doesn't ever change. It's restricted to only this stuff. I've learned what it does. Like I can put indexed or various other things can be included in here. But I don't like this. Doesn't do anything. This is actually from somebody else. This is from Sophia Poirier of Destroy Effects. Or no, actually not that. Is it? I think Reset is. And this doesn't do the same thing this does, which is why this had to be added, and this is probably the part that came from Sophia Poirier. But yeah, there's a bunch of that stuff that doesn't involve my creativity in any way. So now that we have that in there, we're taking the highs and dividing and multiplying it back and forth just so that we can try to make it stay the same volume. And since we're never dividing by 0, under any circumstances, we can safely do this. And then we're putting both treble and mid-range through a pre-delay together. So we only need to use one rather than pre-delaying both of them. And that's a little bit messy, but in theory it should work. Only thing we're missing out is we don't get to attenuate everything down to literally nothing. Hey, Stanley Gurvich, I have no idea who you are. Maybe you're somebody in my personal life that I should know about. Or maybe you're just sassing me. Back to the grind of opening this thing up. I'm going to get it going, and then I'm going to go and de-thaw my, or thaw rather than de-thaw. De-thaw would be the same as freeze. Yeah, just the list of people who helped me when I was nobody and nobody cared are Sophia Poirier from Destroy Effects and Zaphod from Acoustica Audio. And that was about it. I didn't know anybody in the open source community at the time. So the only people who could respond were people who were doing like commercial development. Those were the ones that helped. So I've always looked kindly on Nebula and Acoustica ever since then, because he really pitched in, giving a little simple advice about how to make VSTs back in the day when I knew nothing about any of that, and I was completely stumped. Ooh. Okay, interesting. Beep. What's that about? Okay, we can make trouble freak out somehow. I don't know why it's doing that. Doesn't like being that note. Okay, maybe we leave this. It has become an oscillator. Well, it doesn't crash, but this is not the... Yeah, I mean, there are things such as like KVR 1 synth, or there are situations where you would want the secret of, if you set this to 0, it's an oscillator. Well, it's doing something weird with the buffer at literally full volume. So those are a little weird, but that's fine. Let's set it back to default, shall we? So we have our treble. That's effective. Mid-range. Lack of mid-range. And bass. Ooh, we got a noise there too. Option. No, it's just moving it that did that. Okay. Fancy that. This is as hard as you can widen the frequency range using Bez EQ2. Let's boost those lows. This is not that bad at doing subsonic rumblies. When we set it too low, it'll probably be interfering with the buffers a bit. But bring it back. There's just our low band all by itself. Oh, and I forgot to go and make tacos. So tell you what. Well, that was weird. Let's set to default again. And then maybe fool with it a little tiny bit to pull back the super lows and the super highs. And see if it still sounds nice. Also, maybe I want some different settings for this. Maybe I want it to be 0.75 and 0.25. That seems good. Deep lows, bright highs. Yeah, I like that. I'll be right back. I gotta get my dinner going. Yeah, and then if you mixed it the opposite way, all women tinkle. Let's make it a telephone sound now. See how it does that. Oh, I hear a high-pitched note there. That's some kind of digital ring. And we've got just a hint of something funky going on there. That's a very sharp resonance right up at the top. But you know what? We can make it go away by doing this. And you know, that sound is partly literally a digital symbol. I've got a ride in there somewhere. Oh, and there's our beep. Beep. Yeah, so this is not actually good at doing a band pass. Band pass is not where this one is strong. Not even close. But we can do some funky things with it. That's actually a hell of a airband boost. Wow. You probably can't hear it too clearly because the mic is pointing away from it, but I bet you can still get a bit of a sense of it. Let's set this up to where I wanted it. That's some intense boostiness. And the idea is this is not about doing such aggressive things as much as it is being able to do really subtle things and having incredibly steep bands on it. It's wild. And then what's happening in the deep bass? Got a little thump going on in there. Hang on, you can't hear it now, but check this out. This microphone is in the room. Now watch what happens to the deep lows. friends. This works. You can use this. Just got to be careful about this. I mean, I could disable it. That sounds kind of amazing. I'm down with this one. Let's open another file. I wish I knew why I can't find the drum track I'm looking for. I mean, I can't, and that's a shame. Well, hang on, though. No, I can. This was what I was thinking of. So we've heard this lots, but if I set this to default, highs, or less, bass, or less, or all of the above. Maybe I'll leave it set the way that it is. Careful about that. Alrighty. All well and good. That toggle would be the top X control, period. That said, I do see the possibility of just like, no, that's too silly. If you want an oscillator, use a plugin that's an oscillator. This step's a little bit too close to actually being good to be a great match for that. Oh, hang on. I made a mistake. I made it a mistake. I do, in fact, have to check whether DRes A or DRes B are larger than a particular thing. You know why? Because we're dividing by frickin' 0 if not. And that's what's causing that to happen. So even though it was not crashing Twisted Wave, clearly, that must be amended. And we are about to do so. So let me do that before doing anything else. in theory, that should straight up fix that. Let's find out. Yeah, because we can't go around dividing by that. Granted, we're only sending it to an int, and then we're making it go back again. But still, even if we're not directly using the 0, we're still doing 0.0 divided by 0. We can't be doing that. We straight up can't be doing that. Even if we're forcing it to be, I mean, what if it was a negative number? What if it was not a number? Let us now see if that has fixed the problem. Glad I spotted it. I'll fire this up again because it's quicker to load. Yep. No longer do we have a beep. And that's fine. We got the occasional click when moving it around. That's fine. Cool. Yep, it was the sound of the computer screaming at me for dividing by 0. Cool, solved that. I'm going to roll some of this together and then get into the other thing. Let's see, ba-da-boom. I'm going to call that finished. So now this needs to turn into something else. I may not have time to do all of it, but who knows? Here's my previous enemy, of which now I have a clearer idea how to solve you. But at the same time, we're not going to. We're going to do another build just to make sure we know where we're at. And then we're going to turn it into a synth filter. So what does that need to do? A couple of things, really. I'm going to need a control for the filter sweep. It needs to be smoothed, so I can get that from the Z filters. I think I'm going to need the Z output stage because it's just too good distorting it. And then when we're finished, we're going to do Bezier cubed and have it interpolate properly. I don't know if it's going to be worth making it match Bezier cube 2. Though that is where we started. So, welcome to a new project. It's called Z Acid, And it's using bugs to make, we'll call it Z-acid low pass. How about? And once we finish with this, oh, it died. Well, fine. We'll reopen you then. We're going to start by copying all of this directly over. And we may I could see this coming back on Thursday. Maybe we work on this on Thursday and I experiment with Bezier cubed to see whether the thing I observed with Bezier Q will neatly fix the problems with Bezier cubed. Because I do still want to hear what it sounds like doing the cubic Bezier curves rather than the quadratic. I really want to know what that does, and I think I have a pretty good clue as to what would make that happen. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think I have a pretty good clue on what's going to make that happen. Or indeed, I have various ideas on what might make that happen. Z-acid low pass. Good enough. I don't think I have that represented anywhere. I know what the Z filters were, so. Bezier cubed C++. No, you don't. Here's my collection of stuff. There's another file which isn't going to be used. Low pass H. I got a half an hour before taco, so I should be able to build this and make it function. Maybe even do a little fussing with it. Start with this. Oh, look, I left it with all of those controls. Cool, cool. I might need them later. This only goes to show you that we've been working with the same base file this entire time, and it's really kind of amazing how different everything had become. When you have a few bugs here, a few experiments there, you see what you can make happen. And the next thing you know, everything's weird and different. So we're going to have some controls in here, better believe it. I have a very specific idea for one. When I get to it, I'll tell you. Probably don't get to do it before the end of the stream, because I have my heart set on trying that fix experiment that will make it stop doing the craziness. This is for preserving the craziness and heightening it. So we're going to need the Z output stage in here. Here's low pass C++ and Bezier cubed C++. They're both going to have a big list of index parameters. They're both going to have a big list of A through Z. Excuse me. So we'll skip all that. That's not getting updated today. But we do need to reset it. So we take this. And boop, throw that in there. And then we take everything below overall scale, and this should clone it. Needs to build twice. I'll take a moment and close this while I'm at it. And maybe I will even include one of the controls. First of all, let's make sure it builds. Cool, we're good. So here's what it can do. we get a completely different sound if it's input sample L or Bez A, Bez sample L. So let's take bass gain. Have to be 1.0. What shall we call this? What do you call too much acid? I can't really call it overdose, because that's not really how that works. When I was a kid, I played around like that kind of stuff. I call it meltdown. Let's call it meltdown. So meltdown equals parameter E. Well, here's what we do next. We're not going to have all the rest of this. So what we're going to do is leave these things alone, use only the top filter, which kind of implies maybe I want to do a little of that. The other stuff shouldn't actually matter. It'll be usable anyhow. It'll be fine. The gains won't matter as much either, but they're a way of dialing things back a little bit if you want. So that part's fine. And here's where things get interesting. Simply executed, and then add these together. With that, I should have a beginning of something that might come in handy. And then here's where we have to also add Bez A BL, but we're not doing that. We're not doing that yet because this is the ugly, weird synth. And too many arguments to function double squared double. What did I do wrong? I know how to... Well, that's not helpful at all. Come on. Oh, because it's not square root that I'm looking for. I meant pow. I meant power. I think. Did I? Surely yeah, I did. I meant power. There we go. The day has been too long, clearly. Try that again. Now it knows what I want. Or at least I know what I want. Here's a new folder. I mean, we can get back into this on Thursday, most definitely. And then there will be other things also that I can jump into as well. But firstly, let's make sure that this is back in the zone we want, and then we can go into the other one and quickly fix some of the bugs with it, or find out what we can do to fix some of the bugs with it. Soxsurf original. Maybe I can also add the grind all the way down to the bottom where Z lives. So Z acid low pass. We only care about this filter. Now here we can do this. See, we can set whether it's freaking out or not. This is the normal setting. This is the freaking out setting. I think I need to swoop it even more. So we can make it be normal, in which it is not going too crazy in the super low frequencies. In fact, you can make it be quiet. Oh yeah, this needs to be over a much bigger range. But then you can do this. Normal. Extreme. And it mostly affects the low frequency stuff, not so much the higher frequency stuff, unless you're throwing a lot of highs at it, in which case maybe it will. So we can make it get silly or behave normally. Or a little bit wacky. But wait, there's more. We need to be able to distort the hell out of it. And we can probably lose some of these controls because I am certain, well, actually I'm not as certain as I thought. I'm fairly certain that, let's say, mid gain is always going to be 1 because it's a low pass. We don't care about DRes B. Base gain also 1, it's a low pass. Meltdown gets to be a parameter, but treble gain, one thing we can do is edit all in scope. So treble gain, okay. Nothing's stopping this from being a high pass. It's going to be just as crazy as a high pass. I feel like forcing it to be only a low pass, not so much. Also, if everything is at exactly 1, so let's dial that back again. Let's assume we're not boosting, because we have a booster already. Let's assume we're not boosting or fooling with this stuff, because we'll have a booster anyway. Okay, so overfilter and underfilter. So one of those is going to be set to 0. we can have our sweep control bumped up to power of 3, and let's make it be the top control. And we're not going to even bother with smoothing it, so let's do that. And then meltdown maybe can be parameter D. And we're not even going to be using DRes B, but we're going to be stealing a control from an entirely other plugin, so we can throw some aggressive Z-themed overdrive in there. But not before I quickly run and throw another log on my fire, so give me a moment. Getting through all these logs in the back so that I can bring more logs in. This is going to be a lot more fun. With the Z output stage. How many controls does the output stage even have, though? Also, there we go. It's getting going. So I'm pretty sure Z output stage has 2 controls, the overdrive and the output. That will mean that this will have 2 additional controls. And Basic Cube is not where we go for that. So, so we can start the filter there. Above can be 0 and below can be 1. Meltdown can be 0. Then E and F can be defaults, and that'll cover it. So cut off, under, let's see where else, meltdown, and drive and output. At which point, assuming that Xcode doesn't crash on me for trying to do this, I can open up Z output stage. Now this is going to add some stuff, but it's good and fine. Because what Z output stage is a couple of biquad filters and some overdrive. A variety of things, really. So what we'll do is we'll literally take all of this straight from Z output stage and put it into service. Needn't even tidy it up. Then I'm going to have this. Okay, I am a little puzzled about one thing. Why do we only have IR sample A being blanked? Wasn't there another? No. No, this is a mono version. There was not another. There's only the one. Okay. The VST version will have more. And then here's all my code. When it says op-amp stuff, what that means is we're doing some biquad filtering with a little resonance and a bunch of stuff to make it act like the op-amps of the actual device. The actual device is a little raunchy and intense. So we put those here. It's going to triple the size of the plugin, but it'll be worth it. And then in trim, that's going to be E. And outpad, well, that's going to be F. And bada boom. We've got some default settings here. Use of get sample rate, but that's fine. The VST version will need to have a lowercase g here. That's not too hard to keep up with. So there's our overdrive. And then here is the whole thing. Boop. And we shouldn't have to put it in front of the filter because the filter is kind of gain agnostic. It doesn't actually care what the levels are. It pays no attention to that whatsoever. And then now that we have that, here's what we can do to understanding that we're not actually using this. We're not going to do the second level. We're not going to do this or this. And then we get to take that out as well. And that can almost be simplified later. But just what we've got here. And yeah, as long as I'm after that, let's not bother to initialize as B, which is not going to be used. And in fact, as long as I'm being aggressive about that, let's take it out entirely, knowing that it's not going to be used. And if I'm correct about that, this will build. Mistake, but an easily fixed one. All of this stuff is input sample L. So we got a little changing to do. Ooh, here's something I can do. Haha, there. Now that built, but it's not going to do anything until I do this. There. And that's all it needed. It was kind of hot to have this abruptly fixed and made ready to run. Goodbye is the output stage. Hello is the acid low pass. And now let's see what we got. 9 minutes to tacos. Do we get our delightful final madness? Probably. But it remains to be seen. We'll find out. And we can set it to default, and it'll put the stuff back. It's peaking a little hot. There's your meltdown. There we go. That's what we like. Now, a high pass. Now, okay. Meltdown works on the high pass too, but the other way around. Okay, nice. Got there. Maybe. Ooh, more drive. So we're letting just a little over the filter. I still haven't put in the control smoothing for the filter. Cutoff is going to get control smoothing like the other Z filters, which should make it even better, although you can barely tell that it's lacking it at this stage. Alrighty. I think we got there. All good fun. Sweet dreams.